Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. The kettle whistled a note too high, a sound that frayed at the edges. I always set my shoes side by side, but this morning the left one was tilted inward, its laces loose. The reflection in the microwave door showed the room behind me, but the chair was pushed in, though I never touch it. And when I turned to look, the chair was out as if I had just risen. A flash of white, not snow. A plastic bag, maybe, caught in the bare branches of the tree outside, tumbling in a wind I couldn't feel. I remember the stillness, the absolute quiet of the world holding its breath. The smell of damp earth, that's always there, just beneath the coffee grounds and the clean scent of the soap. It's in the fibers of my coat. I've washed it so many times. A conversation or the ghost of one. You raise so particular about things. A voice not my own, amused, or was it annoyed? The tone is a shape I can hold. It's just easier this way, my own voice replies, a faint echo, to have a place for everything. The floorboard in the hall has a different creak. It used to sing a single, high note. Now it groans, a low, reluctant sound, as if the wood is tired, as if something heavy has passed over it again and again, changing its song. I was looking for a pen. My hand was in the drawer, moving past rubber bands and paper clips, and my fingers brushed against something cold and smooth. A stone, flat, gray, worn smooth by water. It didn't belong there. I don't remember putting it there. I held it in my palm, and the weight of it was familiar, a forgotten anchor. A picture forms, not a picture, a feeling, the feeling of being watched from the tree line. The woods were a dark wall, and there was a break in that wall, a gap where something had passed through, or someone. I stood at the window, my forehead against the cool glass, and I saw that gap. I must have. Why else would I remember the specific pattern of the broken branches, like fingers snapped backwards? The chair is always wrong now. In the morning it's pushed in. At night it's pulled out. I live alone. I know I live alone. The locks are checked. The chain is slid across. But the chair has its own life. I think I went for a walk. That's a thing I do. I put on my shoes, the ones I always set side by side, and I walked to the edge of the woods. That day the air was thick. It was hard to breathe. The path was muddy, but there were no footprints except my own. Where there I try to see them, the impressions in the soft earth, my own boots going one way. But was the path wider than it should have been? Were the ferns at the edge trampled, as if someone had stepped off the trail to let me pass? A sound, not the kettle, a rustle, not an animal, too deliberate, a slow, dragging rustle. I stopped, I turned. There was nothing there but the trees, their branches weaving a net against the sky. You worry too much. That voice again, so clear this time, a man's voice. I think it was a man's voice, it's fading. Was he kind when he said it? Was it a comfort or a dismissal? The words just hang there, disconnected from any face, any real feeling. I found another stone. This one was on the windowsill, behind the curtain. This one was darker, almost black. I put it in my pocket with the first one. They click together when I walk, a soft percussion in my stride, a sound that is now part of me. The reflection is the worst, not my face. I never look at my own face for long. It's the room behind me, the empty chair, the doorway to the hall. I see a shape sometimes, a shadow just retreating out of sight, a trick of the light, I tell myself, the angle of the sun, which is different now than it was before. The days are shorter, or longer, I don't know. Time is a sticky substance, it doesn't flow right. I tried to write it down, to put the fragments in order. I got as far as the kettle whistling, the shoes, the chair, and then my hand stopped. The pen felt wrong. The words looked like lies on the paper. I burned the page in the sink, watched the edges curl into black ash. The smell of smoke covered the smell of earth for a little while. There's a phrase that circles in my head. It was right there. I don't know what it is. A truth, an answer. A thing I saw and then unsaw. It was right there in the space between the trees. It was right there in the looseness of the shoelace. It was right there in the high, frayed note of the kettle. I think I know what the stones are for. I think I was collecting them, marking something. Each one a heavy, solid fact in a world that was becoming soft and unreliable. I have 5 now. They sit in a neat row on the kitchen counter. A little wall, a defense against the things that shift when I am not looking. The chair is out, I am sitting in it, but I have a memory, sharp as a splinter, of standing by the door, seeing this chair from across the room, and it was occupied. A dark silhouette against the window. I blinked. It was empty. I must have imagined it. The mind plays tricks when it is afraid, or when it is trying to remember something it has worked very hard to forget. The kettle is beginning to sing. I haven't moved to stop it. I watch it, the steam starting to plume from its spout. I set my shoes side by side last night, perfectly parallel. I just looked. The left one is tilted inward again. The laces are loose. The whistle climbs, a sharp, piercing note that cuts through the silence of the house. It has a sound that knows something, a sound that remembers what I cannot. It screams, and I just sit here in the chair that is never where I leave it, waiting for it to stop, or waiting for it to tell me what it knows. The whistle is a note too high, a sound that frays at the edges, and I think the edges are where I exist now, in the space between what I know and what I am afraid to remember. The scream of the kettle did not stop. It tightened, a wire drawn taut in the air, and then it changed. The mechanical whistle broke and became a different sound, a human sound, a long, ragged exhalation that was part sob and part sigh. It was my own breath. I realized, my lungs empty, my body rigid in the chair. I had been holding the air in until the pressure matched the scream in the room. I stood up, my legs unsteady. The whistle resumed its normal pitch as if nothing had happened. I moved to the stove and turned off the burner. The silence that rushed in was heavier than the sound had been. My hand, as I reached for the kettle, brushed against the row of stones on the counter. They were warm, as if they had been sitting in the sun, not on the cold laminate. The memory came not as a picture, but as a physical sensation. The weight of a backpack, the strap cutting into my shoulder. The smell of damp earth was overpowering, not a trace beneath the soap, but the very air I breathed. I was placing a stone in a pile, not a random pile, a cairn, a marker. One stone placed carefully on another, a silent language for those who knew how to read it. I looked at the 5 stones on my counter. They were not a wall, they were a question. Each one was a piece of a trail I had built and then deliberately forgotten. The floorboard in the hall groaned its low, tired groan. I didn't turn, I knew what I would see. The doorway would be empty, but the space would feel occupied, the air still vibrating from a passage I had missed. The voice in my head was clear now, not an echo, but a presence. You have to remember, it was my own voice, but from a time when it was stronger, laced with a fear that was fresh and immediate. You have to mark the way back. Back from where? I picked up the gray stone, the first one, from the drawer. Its cool smoothness was an anchor. I closed my fingers around it and walked to the front door. I did not put on my shoes. I left them there, the left one tilted, the laces trailing on the floor like loose threads from a tapestry. I opened the door. The world outside was preternaturally still, the way it gets before a storm. The tree with the plastic bag was just a tree now, the bag gone. My feet were cold on the wet porch, but I stepped down onto the gravel path. The stones bit into my soles, a sharp, clarifying pain. I walked toward the tree line. The dark wall of the woods seemed to recede as I approached, the gap I remembered now a clear, defined opening. The path was there, muddy and soft. I looked down. There were my footprints from a previous walk, already filling with water. And beside them, fainter, almost washed away by a recent rain, was another set. Larger, deeper, the tread of a heavy boot. I had not been walking alone. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. I took the gray stone from my hand and I placed it carefully at the edge of the path, right at the entrance to the woods. It was the first marker. The wind picked up then, a real wind that I could feel, and it rustled the dead leaves in a long, dragging sigh. It sounded like the kettle. It sounded like my own breath. It sounded like the voice that was both mine and not mine. I turned and looked back at the house. From here I could see the kitchen window. The chair was there, a dark shape against the light, and for one single, heart-stopping second I saw a figure standing behind it, a silhouette looking out at me. I blinked. The window was empty. The chair was pushed in. I looked down at the stone I had placed. It was already there, as if it had always been there. I knew then that I would place the other 4 stones. I would follow the trail back, not to find what was in the woods, but to find what I had left there. The memory was a door, and I had just turned the key. The lock had clicked. Now I had to push it open. The cold of the earth seeped into my feet, a dull ache that was somehow comforting. It was real. I turned my back on the house and stepped into the woods. The light changed, filtering through the canopy in broken pieces. The path was narrower than I remembered, the branches clutching at my clothes. I walked without knowing how I knew the way, my body remembering the rhythm of the steps my mind had forgotten. The second stone, the black one from the windowsill, felt heavy in my pocket. I didn't remember picking it up, but my hand was closed around it. The voice was quiet now, replaced by a pressing silence that seemed to listen to me. I reached a fork in the path that I did not recall. One way led upward into a thicket of brambles. The other dipped down into a small, muddy hollow. Without hesitation, my feet took the downward slope. At the base of a large oak, its roots knotted above the ground like old veins, I stopped. There was a faint depression in the mud, a shape that could have been a knee print. I knelt, the dampness soaking through my trousers. I placed the black stone in the crook of 2 roots, tucking it away from casual view. It belonged there. As I stood, a fragment of memory surfaced, sharp and cold. A hand not my own reaching down, its fingers brushing the same moss-covered root. A signet ring on the index finger. A flash of silver. I shivered, the air grew colder. I had to keep moving. The third stone, a rough, reddish piece I had found in the pocket of my coat, was next. The trail led me deeper, away from the path now, following a nearly invisible game trail. The trees grew closer together. The dragging rustle I had heard before started up again, just out of sight to my left. I didn't look. I knew if I looked, there would be nothing. It was the sound of memory, of something being pulled along against its will. I came to a small creek, swollen with recent rain. The water was dark and moved with a silent, oil-like heaviness. On the far bank, a single bare branch had fallen, pointing directly across the water. This was the place. I waded in, the cold water biting my ankles, my calves. The current tugged at me, insistent. On the other side, I placed the red stone at the base of the pointing branch, anchoring it in the soft soil. I looked back across the creek. For a moment I saw my own face reflected in the dark water, pale and terrified. Then the image broke apart, shattered by the current. I had only 2 stones left. My pockets were lighter, but my mind felt heavier, each placed stone adding to the burden of what was returning. The voice came back, not as a thought, but as a whisper on the wind that had begun to stir the highest leaves. You're almost there. The 4th stone was flat and white, like a piece of ancient bone. I found it in a bread box yesterday. The woods began to thin and a clearing opened up ahead. a place where the light fell unfiltered, illuminating a circle of patchy grass and a single lightning-blasted stump. My breath caught in my throat. This was the place I saw from the window. This was the center. My feet were numb with cold, but I forced them to carry me forward. As I entered the clearing, I saw them. A series of small cairns, maybe a dozen, arranged in a rough circle around the stump. Some had fallen over, others stood precariously. My cairns, I had built them all. My hand went to the white stone. This was not for the trail, this was for the center. I walked to the blackened stump and placed the white stone on its flat, scarred top. It looked like an offering. As soon as it left my fingers, the final memory slammed into me, whole and devastating. I was not alone. He was here, the man with the signet ring. We were arguing. His voice was the one from my kitchen, amused, then annoyed, then sharp with anger. You worry too much. It's just a place. The backpack was at my feet, full of stones. He was turning away from me, dismissive, walking toward the far edge of the clearing. And then he was gone, not like he walked away. Gone. Vanished between one step and the next into the thin air where the trees stood dense. A scream was trapped in my throat, the same one the kettle had stolen. I had built the cairns to mark the spot, to try and understand, to somehow bring him back, but I couldn't face it. I had fled, and my mind, in its mercy, had begun to erase the journey, leaving only the echoes in my house, the misplaced stones, the shifting chair. I stood there trembling, the full weight of the truth upon me. I had not lost a thing. I had lost a person. The fifth and final stone was in my hand. I hadn't realized I had taken it from my pocket. It was the heaviest of them all, a rough, dark gray lump. I knew what it was for. It wasn't a marker for the trail. It was a seal. A final piece to close the circle, to lock this place away forever, or to try. From the trees at the edge of the clearing, the rustling sound returned. This time it was not a memory. It was slow, deliberate, dragging. I turned. And I saw it, a figure made of shadow and leaf litter, standing at the exact tree line where he had disappeared. It had no face, no features, but it held the shape of a man. It was the silhouette from my window. It was the presence in my hall. It was waiting. It had always been waiting for me to remember, for me to come back and finish the trail. The wind died completely. The woods were utterly silent. The figure did not move. It simply watched. I looked down at the final stone in my hand, then at the circle of cairns around me. I had a choice to make. I could place the stone and complete the circle, whatever that would do, or I could hold on to it and finally speak the name that was now burning on my lips. The name was a stone in my mouth, rough and real. David. I did not shout it. I whispered it, and the word left my lips and did not fade. It hung in the still air of the clearing, a solid thing. The figure at the tree line shifted. It was not a movement of limbs, but a coalescing, a drawing in of shadow and intention. The rustling sound ceased. The form became more defined, the suggestion of shoulders, the shape of a head. It took a single step forward, and the ground did not seem to receive its weight. My hand ached from clutching the final stone. The memory of his disappearance was a fresh wound, playing on a loop behind my eyes. He turned, he stepped, he was gone. The silence afterward was a sound I had been carrying in my bones. The figure took another step. It was at the edge of the circle of cairns now. I could see no eyes, but I felt its gaze, a pressure against my skin. The voice that had been in my head was gone, replaced by this silent, awful communication. I looked at the stone in my hand, this last heavy piece. To place it would be to finish what I started, to build a wall between this world and whatever had taken him. A safe, sane thing to do. But sanity felt like a distant country I had visited long ago. I opened my fingers. The stone did not fall. I held it there in my open palm, an offering instead of a weapon. The figure moved again. It flowed over the ground, not walking, until it stood directly in front of me on the other side of the lightning stump. The air grew cold, so cold that my breath plumed in a white mist. The smell was not of earth, but of ozone and old stone, the smell of a place that has been closed for a very long time. It raised a hand. The hand was made of shifting darkness, but there on its index finger was a faint, steady gleam, a signet ring. A sound escaped me, a small, broken thing. I reached out my empty hand, my fingers trembling. The dark hand moved to meet mine. There was no touch, no sensation of skin or bone. There was only an immense, profound cold, a cold that sank through my flesh and seized my heart. And then a flood, not a single memory, but the entire river. The argument, yes, his dismissal, my fear of this place, a fear he never shared. His step into the trees, not a vanishing, but a stumble. A crack in the air, a wrongness that swallowed the sound of his fall. The hours I spent searching, calling his name until my voice was raw. The desperate, futile construction of the cairns, a child's attempt at magic. The crushing understanding that he was not just lost, but gone. And the final, cowardly decision to run, to let my mind bury the truth under the mundane details of a lonely life. The cold was inside me now, filling the spaces where the memories had been missing. The figure began to fade, its darkness seeping into the air, dissipating. The ring was the last thing to go, its silver gleam winking out like a dying star. I was alone in the clearing. The cairns were just piles of rock. The stump was just wood. The fifth stone was still in my hand. I closed my fingers around it. It was warm now, holding the last of the strange cold within it. I did not place it on the stump. I turned and walked back, retracing my steps with a certainty I had not possessed on the way in. I found the white stone, the red stone, the black stone, and the gray stone. I picked each one up, pocketing them again. The trail was no longer needed. The map was inside me. I waded back through the creek, the water feeling like just water. I passed the oak tree, its roots just roots. I walked out of the woods and onto the gravel path. The house stood waiting, a silhouette against a sky that was beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn. I went inside. I did not look at my shoes. I went to the kitchen and placed the 5 stones back on the counter, not in a row, but in a loose circle. The kettle was cold. The chair was pushed in. I sat down. The silence was different. It was no longer a listening silence. It was just quiet. The memory of David was a sharp, clean pain, not a haunted, shifting thing. I had not brought him back. I had simply found where I had left him. The loss was real now, and I would have to carry it. The stones on the counter were just stones again, but I knew I would keep them. They were the truth, and the truth, no matter how heavy, is a thing you can hold in your hand. The sun rose, a slow bleed of light across the kitchen floor. It touched the circle of stones first, warming their silent shapes. I made tea. The kettle whistled, a normal domestic sound that held no secrets anymore. I poured the water and watched the steam rise. I looked at my shoes. I walked over and knelt down. I straightened the left one so it was parallel with the right. I tightened the laces, tying them into a firm double knot. The action felt final, like closing a book. The day passed with a strange, hollow normality. I cleaned, I ate. I did not jump at creeks or search the windows for moving shadows. The house was just a house. The silence was just silence. The haunting was over because the ghost had been me all along, haunting myself with a memory I refused to hold. As evening drew in, I went to the counter and looked at the circle of stones. I picked up the 5th one, the final heavy stone. I carried it to the small desk in the corner where I paid bills and wrote letters. I opened a drawer and took out a small wooden box that had held my grandmother's pins. I emptied it, placing the pins carefully in a dish. Then I put all 5 stones inside the box. They fit perfectly, a collection of hard, unyielding facts. I closed the lid. I did not put the box away on a high shelf or hide it in the basement. I left it on the desk right next to the lamp. It was not a shrine. It was not a warning. It was just a box of stones, a part of my history. The weight of it was there in the corner of my eye, a quiet, solid thing I had learned to live beside. That night I slept, and for the first time in a very long time I did not dream of the woods. I dreamed of a man with a signet ring laughing in the sun. It was a good dream. It was a sad dream. When I woke, my pillow was wet, but the room was full of light. The chair was where I had left it. The house was still. I got up and began the day. The coffee that morning tasted different. It was just coffee, bitter and warm, but I drank it sitting at the kitchen table and looked out at the tree line. The woods were just woods now, a collection of trees and shadow, neither inviting nor threatening. I finished the cup and washed it, placing it upside down on the rack to dry. The mail came. There was a letter, a real one with a handwritten address. It was from David's sister. My throat tightened, but it was a clean feeling, a suture pulling gently on a healed wound. I opened it. She was clearing out their parents' house and had found some photographs. She thought I might like to have them. There was one of David and me, young and squinting into the sun on a hiking trail that was not the one behind my house. We were both laughing. I put the photograph on the refrigerator, held by a magnet shaped like a tulip. I did not hide it away. It was okay to look at him now. Weeks turned into a month. The box of stones remained on the desk. Sometimes I would open it, not with ceremony, but with a simple curiosity, and take one out. I would feel its weight, its texture, and then put it back. They were reminders, not of what I had lost, but that I had finally remembered, that I had walked back into the dark and retrieved a piece of myself. One afternoon, I put on my jacket and my tightly laced shoes. I walked out the door and down the gravel path. I did not go into the woods. I walked along the edge of the tree line, my hands in my pockets. The air was crisp. I came to the place where I had placed the first gray stone. It was still there, just a rock at the border of the grass and the mud. I left it. It was part of the landscape now. When I returned, the house was quiet and warm. I made more tea. As I stood waiting for the kettle, my eyes fell on the wooden box. I realized then that the silence in the house was no longer empty. It was filled with the small, honest sounds of a life being lived. The tick of the clock, the hum of the refrigerator, the soft hiss of the kettle coming to a boil. It was a silence I could live inside. I poured the water, and I did not listen for anything else. The following spring, I planted a garden. The soil near the house was rocky, so I had to dig deep, turning over the earth and pulling out stones. I piled them in a wheelbarrow, my hands becoming dirty and raw. It was good, honest work. I found myself humming while I did it, a tune I didn't recognize at first, but then I remembered. It was a song David used to whistle. One evening, as I was watering the new seedlings, my neighbor, an older woman named Mrs. Albright, walked over from her property. She rarely visited. She leaned on the fence and looked at my garden, then at the woods beyond. "Been a long time since anyone's done anything with that patch," she said. Her voice was raspy. I nodded, wiping my hands on my trousers. It felt like time. She was quiet for a moment, her eyes sharp. "You know, my husband and I, we used to see a young man walking back there. Years ago now. Always looked like he was in a hurry. We figured he was a friend of the previous owner." The watering can felt heavy in my hand. I looked at her and I didn't look away. His name was David. She held my gaze, and something unspoken passed between us, a quiet understanding of loss that needed no details. "It's a good thing you're doing," she said, gesturing to the garden. "Life goes in the ground and life comes up." She gave a short, sharp nod and turned back toward her own house. I stood there for a long time as the fireflies began to blink in the gathering dusk. Later, inside, I went to the desk and opened the wooden box. I took out the 5 stones and lined them up on the desk. Then I took the photograph of David and me from the refrigerator and propped it up behind them. It was not a memorial, it was just a picture and some stones on a desk. The past had its place, and it was no longer a place of terror. It was just a part of the story. I closed the box and went to bed, the scent of turned earth still clinging to my skin. The next day I was building a small wall to edge the garden, using the rocks I had cleared from the soil. I carried the wooden box outside and set it on the grass. One by one I took the 5 stones and pressed them into the soft mortar between the larger rocks of the wall. The gray one went first, then the black, the red, the white, and finally the heavy 5th stone. They disappeared into the structure, becoming part of the foundation, holding everything together. I wiped the mortar from my hands and looked at the wall. It was sturdy. It would last. That night a soft rain fell, washing the dust from the new leaves in the woods and watering the garden. I sat by the window and watched it. There was no figure, no silhouette, just the clean lines of the trees against the gray sky. The rain tapped a gentle rhythm on the roof, a sound that was both lonely and comforting. I realized I was not waiting for anything anymore. The story had been told and the book was closed. I got up and turned off the light, and the darkness that filled the room was just the absence of light, nothing more. It was a darkness I could rest in. I slept deeply, and when I woke, the sun was shining on the stone wall in the garden, and the earth smelled new. The morning air was fresh with the scent of rain-dampened earth. I walked out into the garden, my bare feet sinking into the cool grass. The stone wall stood firm, the mortar already setting, and I ran my fingers over the rough surface where the 5 stones were hidden. They were part of something new now, something that grew and changed. I knelt down to check the seedlings, and I saw that the first true leaves were unfolding, a vibrant green against the dark soil. It was a small thing, but it filled me with a quiet satisfaction. The woods behind the house were just a backdrop now, a familiar sight without any hidden threats. I went inside to make breakfast, and as I stirred the oatmeal, I realized that I was no longer listening for the whisper of the wind or the rustle of leaves. The house was silent, but it was a silence I had made peace with. Later, I would write back to David's sister, thank her for the photograph, and perhaps share a memory or two. The past was integrated like the stones in the wall, and I could carry it without it weighing me down. The days settled into a gentle rhythm. I tended the garden, watched the plants reach for the sun, and slowly the patches of green grew denser and more lively. Mrs. Albright stopped by again one afternoon, bringing a basket of fresh eggs from her chickens. She admired the wall and the thriving plants, and we talked about the best way to stake tomatoes. It was an ordinary conversation, the kind that stitches a community together, and I felt a part of something larger than my own history. One evening I took a walk along the gravel path, past the edge of the woods where the first gray stones still lay. I didn't feel the pull to enter, but I did pause for a moment, looking into the dappled shade. I thought of David, not with the sharp pain of loss, but with a fondness that was tinged with sadness. I could remember his laugh, the way he tilted his head when he was thinking, without the memory turning into a ghost. I continued my walk, and when I returned home, the house welcomed me with its quiet warmth. As summer approached, the garden burst into color. Bees buzzed among the flowers, and the vegetables grew plump and ready for harvest. I spent hours outside, weeding and watering my hands in the soil. It was a kind of meditation. I realized that I had built a new trail, not of stones, but of days, each one leading me further from that clearing and deeper into a life that was my own. I finally wrote to David's sister, enclosing a picture of the garden in bloom. I told her about the wall and how I had found a way to remember David without being consumed by it. She wrote back, and her letter was filled with shared memories and gratitude. We made plans for her to visit in the fall, to see the garden and perhaps walk the path together, not as a pilgrimage, but as a way to honor his memory in the light of day. The box on the desk was empty now, but I kept it there, a reminder of the journey I had taken. Sometimes I would open it and trace the grain of the wood, thinking of how far I had come. The stones were gone, but their weight had been transformed into something solid and lasting, holding up the edges of my world. One night I dreamed of the woods again, but this time I was simply walking through them, the sunlight filtering through the leaves, and David was beside me, silent but present. When I woke, the room was filled with dawn light, and I felt a sense of peace that stayed with me throughout the day. The haunting was over, and in its place was a life, imperfect and ongoing, but mine to live. The harvest was plentiful that year. I filled baskets with tomatoes, crisp beans, and zucchini that seemed to grow overnight. I learned to preserve what I couldn't eat fresh, and the pantry shelves slowly filled with jars of pickles and chutney, each one a small victory. Mrs. Albright taught me her recipe for tomato sauce, and we spent a warm afternoon in my kitchen, the air thick with the smell of basil and simmering fruit. She spoke of her husband, gone 10 years, and I spoke of David not as a ghost, but as a man I had once known. It was the first time I had said his name aloud to someone in a very long time, and the world did not end. The leaves began to turn, painting the woods in fiery hues. David's sister, Alina, came to visit as planned. She was a tall woman with his eyes, and when she stepped out of the car, she did not look at the house with pity or morbid curiosity. She looked at the garden, now gone to seed, and the sturdy stone wall. "He would have liked this," she said, and her voice was firm and sure. We walked the gravel path together. We did not go deep into the woods, but we stood at the edge looking in. She told me stories of their childhood, of a boy who was reckless and kind and loved the outdoors. I told her about the argument, the last one, and the terrible silence that followed. We cried a little there on the path, and it was a clean, shared sorrow. When we walked back, the weight felt lighter, distributed between two pairs of shoulders. After she left, the autumn rains began in earnest. I spent more time indoors, reading by the window, watching the garden sleep. The wall endured the weather, its stones dark with moisture. I could no longer pick out the 5 specific stones from the others. They had truly become part of the whole. Winter came early, a blanket of white covering the yard and the woods beyond. The silence of the snow was profound, a hush that felt respectful, not oppressive. One evening I built a fire in the hearth and pulled the wooden box from the desk. I opened it. It was empty, but it was not useless. I placed a few sprigs of dried lavender from the garden inside it, and the faint, sweet smell filled the room. I thought of the clearing, buried under snow now, the lightning stump just a hump in a white field. It was just a place. The memory of what happened there was a part of me, a scar, but it no longer dictated my movements or my fears. I had built a wall not to keep something out, but to mark a boundary. On one side was the past, acknowledged and integrated. On the other was the present, with its simple chores and its quiet joys. The fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, a normal wind in the eaves. I closed the box and set it back on the desk. Then I picked up my book and continued reading, the words a steady stream carrying me forward into the night and into the rest of my life. The winter was long but not harsh. I learned the patterns of the light as it moved across the snow, and I grew accustomed to the early darkness. One afternoon, while mending a tear in an old work shirt, I found a small, smooth stone in the bottom of my sewing basket. It was a pale, ordinary gray, not one of the 5. I must have picked it up from the creek bed on one of my walks and forgotten about it. I held it in my palm for a moment, its cool weight a faint echo of a different time. Then I got up and walked to the back door. I opened it and tossed the stone in a high arc into the garden. It landed with a soft thud in the snow, leaving a small, dark hole. I went back to my mending. The thread went through the needle SI on the first try. When the thaw came, it was a slow and muddy process. The snow receded, revealing the garden beneath, the stone wall standing dark and solid against the wet earth. One day I saw a flash of green where the stone had landed. A stubborn little weed had taken root right on top of it. I let it grow. Spring returned, and with it the routine of the garden. My second year of planting felt easier, more instinctive. My hands remembered the work. One evening, as I was wiping soil from my trowel, I looked at the wall and realized I could not, for the life of me, remember exactly where I had placed the 5 stones. They were there, but they were lost to the pattern, indistinguishable from the rest. It was a good feeling, like a final release. I went inside and made tea. The house was quiet. I sat at the kitchen table and looked at the photograph on the refrigerator. David was still laughing, frozen in that moment of sun. I smiled back at him, a small, quiet smile that held no regret. The kettle whistled and I poured the water, the steam clouding the window pane. Outside, the first fireflies of the season began their silent, blinking dance over the darkening garden. I did not move to turn on the light. I just sat and watched until the sky was fully dark and the only light came from those small, living sparks rising from the ground. The next morning I woke with the sun and went outside to inspect the garden. The air was cool and carried the scent of wet soil and new growth. As I walked along the stone wall, my eyes caught on a patch of moss that had begun to grow in the crevices between the rocks, a soft green blanket that seemed to stitch the stones together. I reached out and touched it, feeling the damp velvet under my fingers. It was life taking root in the spaces I had built. Later, I decided to clear out the spare room, a task I had been putting off for years. The room was full of boxes from my move, things I had never properly unpacked. I opened the first box and found old books, their pages yellowed and smelling of dust. I sorted through them, deciding which to keep and which to donate. In the bottom of another box, I found a folded map, its creases deep and worn. I spread it out on the floor and saw that it was a trail map of the woods behind the house, with paths marked in faded ink. I studied it for a long time, tracing the lines with my finger. Then I folded it back up and placed it in a drawer. I didn't need it anymore, but it was okay to keep it. The days grew longer and warmer. I spent more time outside, often just sitting on a bench I had placed near the garden, watching the bees dance from flower to flower. One afternoon, Mrs. Albright came over with a piece of rhubarb pie. We sat together on the bench and ate it straight from the plate, the tart sweetness a perfect balance to the warm day. She told me about her daughter who was coming to visit from the city, and I found myself looking forward to meeting her. That night I wrote a letter to an old friend I hadn't spoken to in years. I didn't mention David or the stones or the woods. I wrote about the garden and the weather and the book I was reading. It felt good to reconnect, to remember that there were other threads to my life beyond this place. When I went to bed, I left the window open. The sounds of the night, the crickets, the distant hoot of an owl drifted in, not as intrusions, but as part of the familiar tapestry of my life. I fell asleep easily, and if I dreamed, I did not remember it. The morning came gently, and I rose with a sense of purpose that felt entirely my own. I made coffee and took it outside, drinking it as the sun climbed higher, warming the stones of the wall and the leaves of the trees. The woods stood silent and still, and I felt no urge to answer their silence with anything but my own. The coffee was gone, but the warmth of the mug lingered in my hands. I stood and stretched, feeling the sun on my back. Inside, I placed the cup in the sink and glanced at the letter from Alina on the counter. I opened it slowly, the paper crisp under my fingers. She wrote about her life in the city, about a new job and a trip she was planning. She asked about the garden and sent her best wishes. It was a normal letter, the kind between friends, and I felt a gladness that our connection had settled into this easy rhythm. I wrote a reply right away, telling her about the moss on the wall and the bees in the lavender, and I sealed it before I could overthink it. Later, I walked into town to post the letter. The path was familiar now, each bend and dip in the road a known thing. I passed the turnoff that led deeper into the woods, and I didn't even pause. The post office was quiet, and the clerk smiled as she took my envelope. On the way back, I stopped at the small grocery store and bought a seed catalog. I flipped through it at the kitchen table, dreaming of next year's garden, of adding new colors and shapes to the beds. The future felt like a wide, open field, not a path I had to fear. That night I sat on the back step and listened to the frogs singing in the damp places near the woods. Their chorus was loud and joyful, a sound of life thriving in the dark. I went to bed with their song in my ears, and I slept without dreaming, waking rested and ready for whatever the day would bring. The soft rain of the morning gave way to a bright afternoon, and the garden seemed to glow under the clear sky. I decided to plant a new bed of lavender along the side of the house, where the sun lingered longest. The earth turned easily under my shovel, and I worked until my muscles ached in a good way. As I pressed the young plants into the soil, I thought about how things take root, how they find a way to grow even in difficult places. The scent of lavender would fill the air in a few months, a reminder of this day and the care I had put into it. A few days later, Mrs. Albright's daughter arrived. Her name was Clara, and she had her mother's warm eyes and easy smile. She came over with a basket of fresh herbs from their garden, and we sat in the shade of the oak tree, talking about nothing in particular. Clara lived in the city, but spoke of it with a fondness that didn't exclude this quieter life. She asked about my garden, and I found myself explaining the rotation of crops and the way the light moved across the yard. It felt good to share something I had built with someone new. After she left, I walked back to the house and paused at the stone wall. I tried once more to find the 5 stones, but it was impossible. They were gone into the hole, and I was glad for it. The wall was no longer about what I had put into it, but about what it held together. I went inside and washed my hands, the cool water rinsing away the dirt. The photograph on the refrigerator caught my eye, and I smiled, not because the pain was gone, but because it had transformed into something else, something I could live with. The summer deepened and the heat settled in. I started waking earlier to work in the garden before the sun became too intense. One such morning, as I was weeding the carrot patch, I saw a deer at the edge of the woods. It stood still, watching me before turning and disappearing into the trees. I felt no alarm, only a sense of kinship with the wild thing that had come so close. Later, I found its tracks in the soft soil near the fence, a fleeting impression that would soon be washed away by rain or wind. I began to take longer walks in the evenings, exploring the gravel paths that crisscrossed the area. I met other neighbors, people I had only waved to from a distance. They were friendly and curious about the woman who had moved into the old house and planted such a lively garden. I invited a few over for iced tea, and we sat on the back step, talking as the fireflies appeared. The conversation was light, filled with laughter and shared stories about the town and its seasons. One night I lay in bed with the window open, listening to the sounds of the night. The frogs were still singing, and now I could hear the rustle of leaves as small animals moved through the undergrowth. It was a comforting noise, a reminder that the world was alive and busy all around me. I fell asleep thinking not of the past, but of the next day's tasks, the simple, ordinary things that made up my life. And when I woke, the sun was already high, and the day was waiting. Story 2. The smell of lavender found me in the kitchen. It was too strong, like a sachet held directly under my nose, not the faint trace that sometimes drifts from the garden. I turned, but the air was still, the room empty. The scent clung to the back of my throat, sweet and cloying, and my hand went to my own wrist, pressing down on the pulse point as if to stop something. It was the same lavender from the little satin pillows she used to hide in all the drawers, the ones I had to get rid of. My fingers were still on my wrist, and they remembered the feel of a different, colder pressure there. I knew then the smell wasn't a memory at all, but a door I had just opened. It began, I think, with a quiet, not a peaceful quiet, but the kind that feels deliberate, a held breath. The house by the sea is never truly silent. There's always the push and pull of the tide, a constant whispering rhythm. But this was different. It was a quiet inside the house, a stillness that had weight. I started to notice it in the afternoons, a hollow quality to the air that made the sound of my own footsteps seem too loud an intrusion. I would find myself standing in a doorway, listening for the small, domestic sounds that should have been there, the rustle of a page turning, the soft hum of a voice from another room. There was only the sea, a patient, distant audience. My thoughts began to drift to objects, assigning them a significance they may not have possessed. A book left on the arm of a chair, a mark on its cover from a damp glass. Had it been left that way, or had it been moved, its spine cracked at a different chapter? A pair of sunglasses resting on the porch railing, the lenses facing the house, not the water, as if someone had been standing there watching the windows. I would pick these things up, my fingers tracing their edges, trying to read a story in their placement. They were just objects, inert and meaningless, yet they felt like pieces of a conversation I had missed. Then there were the words, the phrases spoken that hung in the air long after they were said. A comment about the lock on the back door, how it sometimes stuck and needed a firm hand. An observation about the tide being especially strong this season, pulling things out far beyond the shallows. These were not warnings, not really. They were just remarks tossed into the space between us over a meal or during a walk on the beach. But I began to collect them, turning them over in my mind like smooth, worrying stones. The tone of voice, the slight pause beforehand, the way a gaze would drift toward the window as they were spoken. I started to hear a second meaning layered beneath the first, a subtle current running under the calm surface of our days. I retrace my steps again and again. I am in the living room, the light of a fading day painting the walls in long blue shadows. She's there by the fireplace, her profile calm. She says something about the weather turning, a simple, factual statement. But now in the endless loop of my memory, I see the way her hands were clasped, the knuckles white. I hear a faint tension in her voice I did not register then. Or did I? Perhaps I am painting it there now with the bleak colors of hindsight. Another time we are on the beach and she points to a piece of driftwood, bleached and skeletal. She says it looks like a bone. Was it a morbid observation or just a flight of fancy? I cannot decide. Each time I revisit this moment, her words grow heavier, more portentous. The driftwood becomes a symbol, a warning I failed to heed. The logical path I try to walk keeps crumbling at the edges. If this, then that. But my premises are built on sand, on scents and silences. I try to pin down a timeline, a sequence of events that would make sense of the hollow feeling growing inside me. But the memories refuse to line up in a straight row. They slide and overlap, a deck of cards being shuffled by an unseen hand. The day the lavender smell first came to me, was it before or after I found the single, muddy footprint on the porch, already half washed away by the rain? Was it before or after she remarked how the gulls had been restless all night, their cries sounding like alarms? I cannot say. The facts are no longer solid. They are impressions, sensations, and they all point toward an absence I could feel but never name. I find myself standing at the kitchen window for long stretches, watching the gray-green expanse of the water. The sea is a vast, blank page, and I am trying to read a message in the patterns of the waves. Sometimes I think I see something, a dark shape riding the swell, but it is always just a trick of the light, a piece of flotsam. The horizon is a clean, unbroken line. It offers no answers, only a perpetual, murmuring question. My reflection in the glass is pale and indistinct, a ghost superimposed over the ocean. I look like a stranger to myself. I have gone through all the drawers again. I have checked the locks on all the windows. I have walked the perimeter of the property, my eyes scanning the tree line, the beach, finding nothing out of place. The world is impeccably, maddeningly normal. And yet the conviction is a cold stone in my gut. Something happened here. Something has been set in motion. The lavender is the key, I am sure of it. It is the thread I must follow back through the labyrinth of my own doubt. It is not just a scent, it is a residue, the ghost of an action. She hid those sachets everywhere, a fragrant secret in the dark spaces of our home. I removed them all, wanting a clean slate, a house that smelled only of salt and pine. But now the smell is back, a phantom presence that tells me I did not cleanse this place. I only masked it. My hand is on my wrist again. The pressure of my own fingers is warm, alive. But the memory is of a colder touch, a firm grip that was not my own. It was a hand on my wrist, halting me as I reached for a door. A gesture that could have been playful, could have been concerned. In one version of the memory, the grip is gentle, the eyes that met mine are smiling. In another, the fingers are like a vice and the gaze is steady, unblinking, a silent command. I do not know which version is true. I only know that the failing, the cold pressure, is as real to me as the floor beneath my feet. It is the anchor point for all my circling thoughts. The smell of lavender found me in the kitchen. It was too strong, like a sachet held directly under my nose, not the faint trace that sometimes drifts from the garden. I turned, but the air was still, the room empty. The scent is gone now, evaporated as suddenly as it appeared. But it lingers in my mind, a sweet and cloying stain. My hand rests on the cool porcelain of the sink, and I look out at the sea, which has swallowed the last of the light. The door is open now. I do not know what I let in or what I have finally allowed to leave. I only know that the house is quiet, and I am alone with the sound of the waves, which now seems less like a whisper and more like a sigh of completion. My fingers go to my wrist, a habitual comforting pressure, and I wait. I wait for the next wave, the next breath, the next faint, impossible trace of lavender on the air. The waiting is its own kind of sound. It fills the spaces between the waves, a high, thin hum in the blood. My eyes are fixed on the dark line of the horizon, but my other senses are turned inward toward the house. I am listening for a shift in the atmosphere, for the faint creak of a floorboard that does not belong to my own weight. The cold spot on my wrist seems to pulse with a memory that is not my own. I push away from the sink, my movement too sudden in the quiet. The rational part of my mind, the part that is growing smaller and more faint, tells me to make tea, to read a book, to perform the rituals of an ordinary evening. But my feet do not take me to the kettle or the bookshelf. They carry me, with a will of their own, down the narrow hallway to the bedroom. The room is in deep shadow. I do not turn on the light. My hand goes to the top drawer of the dresser, the one that used to stick. I pull it open. It slides smoothly, too smoothly, on its runners. The drawer is empty save for a few stray socks, a single forgotten pen. I run my hand along the bare wood of the bottom, then along the sides. Nothing. But the smell is here too, a faint, dusty echo of lavender trapped in the grain of the wood. I kneel, my knees pressing into the rough weave of the rug. I look under the bed. There is only dust and the stark geometry of shadows. But as I begin to rise, my fingers brush against something caught between the rug and the leg of the bed frame. It is a small, frayed piece of satin, the color faded to a dull purple, a fragment of one of her sachets. I must have missed it. I thought I had been so thorough. I hold the scrap between my thumb and forefinger. It is proof that the scent was real, that it had a source. The relief is immediate and dizzying. I am not imagining things, but the relief is short-lived, collapsing into a colder, sharper fear. Because if this scrap is here now after all this time, then it was placed here. It did not simply appear. The action implies an actor. The memory of the cold hand on my wrist surges back, not as a feeling, but as an image. I see the fingers, long and pale, the nails perfectly shaped. I see the glint of a silver ring on the middle finger. It was her hand. It was always her hand, but the context is still lost, the why and the when buried under a landslide of doubt. I stand up, the piece of satin clutched in my palm. The house feels different. The quiet is no longer a held breath, but a silence that has been listened to. I walk back to the kitchen, my steps echoing in the hall. The moon has risen, casting a thin, silver light across the floor. I open my hand and let the lavender scrap fall onto the counter. It lies there, a small, accusing stain. I know what I have to do now. The door is open, and I cannot close it by standing still. I have to walk through. I have to go back to the beginning, to the last place I saw her, to the last thing she said that made any sense. I turn from the counter and look toward the back door, the one with the lock that sometimes sticks. I know it will open for me now. I know I meant to go outside down to the water's edge, where the sea has been pulling everything out beyond the shallows. The answers are not in the house anymore. They are out there in the dark, waiting to be washed ashore. My hand closed around the cold brass of the doorknob. It turned with a reluctant scrape, and the door swung inward on a breath of night air, damp and heavy with salt. The path to the beach was a pale ribbon in the moonlight, flanked by whispering sea grass. Each step away from the house felt like a separation, a deliberate stepping out of one reality and into another, more uncertain one. The sand was cool and firm under my bare feet. The tide was out, leaving a wide, dark expanse of wet sand that reflected the sliver of moon. The waves were a low, rhythmic crash, no longer a sigh but a deep, guttural breathing. I stood at the edge where the water barely licked the sand, my gaze sweeping the endless, shifting plain of the ocean. I was looking for a sign, any sign, a shape that did not belong to the water. My wrist began to ache, a dull, cold throb that had nothing to do with the night air. I looked down, half expecting to see the pale imprint of fingers, but there was only my own skin, smooth and unmarked in the faint light. The memory of the grip was so vivid it felt like a brand. I pressed my other hand against the spot, trying to warm it, to erase the phantom touch. And then I saw it, not far out where the waves began to gather themselves. Something pale was tangled in the dark seaweed. It was just a shape, a blur of white against the black water. My heart hammered against my ribs. I took a step forward, then another, the icy water swallowing my ankles, then my calves. The shock of the cold was a sharp, clarifying pain. I waded deeper, the pull of the undertow tugging at my legs. The white shape bobbed in the surf, and with each wave it drew a little closer. It was a bundle of cloth, snagged on a submerged rock. My fingers, numb with cold, closed around the wet fabric. It was heavy, saturated with seawater. I pulled it free and stumbled back toward the dry sand, my body shaking. I dropped to my knees, the bundle in my lap. It was a sweater, her sweater, the white cable-knit one she loved to wear on cool evenings. I had not seen it since the day she left. I was sure I had packed it away with the rest of her things. My hands trembled as I unfolded it. There, caught in the intricate weave of the yarn, was a single, wilted sprig of lavender. The salt water had not washed its scent away. It had intensified it, mixing it with the smell of the sea into a strange, funereal perfume. I clutched the wet wool to my chest. This was no phantom. This was real. The sweater was here and the lavender was here, a message in a language only I could understand. The cold on my wrist seeped deeper into the bone. I finally understood. The pressure on my wrist that day was not to stop me from opening a door. It was to stop me from following her. She did not just leave. She was taken from the water, and she had been trying to come back ever since. The sigh of the waves was not one of completion, but of return, and she was not alone out there in the dark. The voice, when it came, was not from the water, but from right behind me, a whisper that was part sea wind and part memory. You found it. I did not turn, I could not. My body was frozen, the soaked sweater a light weight in my arms. The air grew thick with the scent of lavender and salt, a combination that made my head swim. A cold hand, familiar in its pressure, settled on my shoulder. The touch was solid, real. I could feel the distinct impression of each finger, the the coolness of a silver ring through my damp shirt. I couldn't leave without it, the voice said, and now it was clearer, edged with a sadness I remembered. It was always my favorite. Slowly, compelled by a force that was not my own, I turned my head. She was kneeling in the sand beside me, her form shimmering like a reflection on water. She was exactly as I remembered, and yet not. Her hair was dry, untouched by the ocean spray, and her eyes held the deep, dark quiet of the sea at night. She reached out not for the sweater, but for my wrist. Her fingers closed around it, and the cold was no longer a memory. It was a current flowing from her touch into my veins. "I'm sorry I had to pull so hard," she said, her gaze fixed on mine. "But you weren't listening. You never listen until it's too late." Her other hand moved to the sweater in my lap, her fingers brushing against the sprig of lavender. "I needed you to find this. I needed you to understand that I didn't just wander away. I was called." The roar of the ocean seemed to recede, replaced by the frantic beating of my own heart. I tried to speak, to form her name, but my throat was sealed shut by a terror that was also a profound, aching recognition. She smiled then, a small, wistful gesture that did not reach her eyes. "The tide is turning," she whispered. "It's time to come in from the cold." Her grip on my wrist tightened, and she began to rise, pulling me with her. The water was rising, too, the waves creeping up the sand to meet us. I looked down at our joined hands, at the pale fingers locked over my own, and I knew with a certainty that settled deep in my bones that if I followed her into the water, I would not be coming back. The choice was a door swinging open before me. One step would lead me into the past, into the mystery, into her. The other would leave me alone on the shore with only the ghost of lavender and the endless questioning sigh of the sea. I let go. My hand wrenched back from hers with a force that sent me stumbling backward onto the damp sand. The connection broke with a jolt that was both physical and final, a snap of cold electricity. For a moment she remained, her form already beginning to fray at the edges like mist in a sudden wind. The look on her face was not of anger, but of a deep, weary resignation. Then she was gone. The space where she had knelt held only the moonlit impression in the sand, which was already being erased by the incoming tide. I was alone. The sweater was still in my lap, a sodden, chilling mass. The sprig of lavender had fallen onto the sand. I stared at it, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The high, thin hum of waiting was gone, replaced by a ringing silence that felt hollowed out, scraped clean. I do not know how long I sat there. Eventually, the water licked at my feet, its cold a mundane shock. I stood up, my legs unsteady, and left the sweater where it lay. The sea could have it back. I turned my back on the water and walked toward the house, each step heavier than the last. The kitchen light was a harsh, yellow intrusion. I locked the door behind me, the bolt sliding home with a solid, satisfying thud. I looked at my wrist. The skin was unmarked, but the deep, internal cold remained, a fossil of her touch. I ran my hands under warm water at the sink, but the chill was in the marrow. I thought that would be the end of it. I had faced the specter, and I had chosen the shore. I had chosen the world of solid doors and locked bolts, but a haunting does not end so neatly. It simply changes its form. The smell of lavender is gone now. It has been replaced by the scent of damp salt and old wood, the true smell of the house. But sometimes in the dead of night I am woken by the sound of the back door rattling in its frame, not the wind. It is a specific rhythmic rattle, like someone trying the handle, testing the lock that sometimes sticks. I never get up to check. I just lie there listening until it stops. And the cold in my wrist has become a barometer. When the air in the house grows still and the silence feels watchful, the chill deepens, a dull ache that pulses in time with my heart. It is a reminder. She is not in the house and she is not in the water. She is in the choice I made and in the cold space that choice left behind. I am alone with the sea, which continues its work, and with the certainty that some doors, once opened, can never be fully closed again. I wait not for a ghost, but for the day when the cold in my bones might finally thaw, or for the next time the door rattles and does not stop. The rattling did stop, as it always did, but this time the silence that followed was different. It was a listening silence. I held my breath, my ears straining against the quiet. Then came a new sound, a soft, scraping drag from just outside the kitchen window. It was the sound of something heavy being pulled slowly across the wooden porch. I did not want to look. I wanted to bury myself in the bedclothes, to pretend it was a branch, a trapped animal, anything but what I knew it to be. But my feet were already carrying me across the cold floor. I kept the lights off, my approach silent. I pressed my face close to the cool glass, my hands cupped around my eyes to block out the room's reflection. The moon was bright. It illuminated the empty sweater, lying in a wet, tangled heap in the middle of the porch. It had not been there when I came inside. The scrap of lavender sat neatly folded on top of it, placed with a terrible precision. The dragging sound had been the sound of it being left for me. My eyes were drawn to a single, glistening trail leading from the sweater back toward the beach. It was not a footprint. It was a wide, smooth track, as if something without legs had been pulled from the sea, deposited this offering, and then returned to the depths. The cold in my wrist flared, a sharp, insistent pain that was no longer a memory but a command. She was not asking me to come out anymore. She was showing me that she could come in. The lock on the door was a joke, a triviality. Barrier between her world and mine was thinner than glass. I stood there until the sky began to lighten to a dull gray, watching the sweater, waiting for it to move. It never did. It just lay there, a white hole in the dawn, a promise that this was not over. The sun rose, a pale and indifferent eye. It did not warm me. I watched from the window until the morning light turned the sweater from a spectral white to a mundane, damp gray. The track on the porch had dried, leaving only a faint stain of salt. I had to move it. I could not leave it there as a shrine or a warning. I unlocked the door. The bolts thunk too loud in the quiet morning. The air was fresh and clean, the sea mist not yet burned away. I approached the sweater as one would a sleeping predator. I did not want to touch it. Using a fire poker from the hearth, I hooked the collar and lifted the heavy, sodden mass. The scrap of lavender fluttered to the porch boards. I left it there. I carried the sweater at arm's length, the poker straining under its weight, down to the fire pit at the edge of the property. I dropped it onto the bed of old ashes. Then I went back for kindling and logs, my movements mechanical, like a clockwork doll winding down. I built the pyre carefully, stacking the wood around and over the cable-knit wool. I poured lamp oil over it all, the sharp chemical smell a welcome assault. The match caught on the first strike. I held the little flame for a moment, watching it dance. Then I dropped it. Fire bloomed with a soft wump, hungry and orange. The wool resisted at first, smoldering, then it caught, the fibers twisting and blackening. The smell was awful, a mix of burning sheep's wool and the sea. I stood back, watching the flames consume it. This felt more final than throwing it back into the water. This was annihilation. I watched until the sweater was a shapeless, charred ruin nestled in the embers. A sense of grim satisfaction settled over me. I had not just refused her invitation, I had destroyed her token. I turned to go back to the house. The image of the fire burned into my vision. And then I smelled it, not the acrid scent of the burn. This was sweeter, clearer, lavender. It was rising from the fire pit, a ghost scent released from the burning fibers. It coiled on the air, unmistakable and stronger than ever. A tendril of gray smoke, thick with the perfume, drifted toward me. It wrapped around my head, cloying and intimate. The cold in my wrist became a sharp, burning ice. I looked down. The skin was still unmarked, but the sensation was so intense I almost cried out. The message was clear. I could burn the evidence, but I could not destroy the memory. I could not destroy her. She was in the smoke, in the air, in the very chemistry of the fire. My attempt to cleanse had only set her free in another form. The house was no longer her anchor. I was. The scent did not fade with the smoke. It clung to my clothes, my hair, the inside of my nose. It was a part of the air I breathed now. Back inside, the house felt smaller, the walls leaning in. The cold in my wrist was no longer a simple ache. It had a direction, a faint but insistent pull, like a compass needle swinging toward a hidden north. I found myself standing at the foot of the stairs, looking up into the shadowed hallway. The pull was coming from up there. I had not been in the bedroom since I cleared it out. The door was always closed. Now it stood slightly ajar. I had not left it that way. I climbed the stairs, each step a protest. The pull in my wrist grew stronger, a magnetic tug drawing me forward. I pushed the door open. The room was as I had left it, stark and empty. But the smell of lavender was concentrated here, a thick, sweet fog. The cold in my arm was so intense it felt like burning. I followed the sensation to the closet. The door was shut. My hand, seemingly of its own volition, reached out and opened it. There, hanging alone on the bare rod, was the white cable-knit sweater. It was perfectly dry, perfectly clean. The subtle scent of lavender and salt wafted from its fibers. It was impossible. I had just watched it burn. I had smelled its destruction. I reached out a trembling hand and touched the sleeve. The wool was soft, familiar. It was real. As my fingers made contact, the cold in my wrist flared, then suddenly, blessedly subsided. The constant, gnawing pain was gone. In its place was a simple, neutral coolness. A transfer had been completed. I understood then the burning, the manifestations, the rattling door. They were not attempts to frighten me. They were a negotiation. She was not asking me to join her in the water. She was asking for a place to stay. The house was empty without her, and I was cold without her. The sweater was a vessel, and my refusal to let it go, even through destruction, had been my consent. I took the sweater from the hanger. It felt light, almost weightless. I did not put it on. I carried it downstairs and laid it over the back of the armchair where she used to sit and read. The room did not feel haunted, it felt occupied. The silence was no longer a listening one, but a settled one. The door to the past was not closed, but a new room had been added to the present. I sat in the chair opposite, and for the first time since she left, the house was quiet, and I was not alone. The days began to fold into one another, each one quieter than the last. The sea continued its work, but its voice was now a distant murmur, a background hum to the new stillness inside the house. I would often find myself speaking to the empty chair, not expecting an answer, but feeling the weight of a listener in the air. The words were inconsequential, comments on the weather, a memory recalled, a question about a book I was reading. The silence that followed was never empty. It was a considering silence. One evening, as a storm gathered out at sea, I built a fire in the hearth. The wind whistled under the eaves, a lonely sound, but for the first time it did not feel like a threat. I looked at the sweater on the chair. In the flickering firelight, it seemed almost to hold a shape, a suggestion of shoulders and a bowed head. The cold in my wrist was a constant, gentle reminder, like the touch of a cool cloth on a fevered brow. I picked up the book she had never finished, the one that had sat on her bedside table for a year. I opened it to the marked page and began to read aloud. My voice was rough and unfamiliar at first, but it soon found a rhythm, matching the pace of the rain that had begun to tap against the windows. I read until my throat was dry and the fire had burned down to embers. When I stopped, the silence rushed back in, but it was a warm, appreciative silence. I had the distinct impression that the story had been enjoyed. I closed the book and looked at the empty chair. A profound and simple understanding settled over me. This was not a haunting in the way I had feared. It was a sharing. She was not a ghost trapped in the past, but a presence inhabiting the present with me. The grief was still there, a dull, heavy stone in my chest, but it was no longer sharp enough to cut. It had been joined by something else, a companionship that asked for nothing more than to be acknowledged. The storm passed and the moon broke through the clouds, casting a silver path across the floor. I did not go to the window to look at the sea. There was no need. Everything I was waiting for was already here, in the quiet of the room, in the coolness of my wrist, in the soft, enduring scent of lavender and salt that now simply smelled like home. The next morning I woke to the smell of coffee. Not the ghost of coffee or the memory of it, but the rich, bitter scent of freshly ground beans. For a moment I thought I had made it myself in a sleepwalking daze, but the kitchen was empty, the pot cold and clean. The scent lingered only near the chair where the sweater lay. It was her favorite blend, a dark roast she used to order from a small shop in the city. I stood there, breathing it in, and a laugh escaped me, a short, surprised sound that felt foreign in the quiet house. It was a small thing, a whisper of a gesture, but it was more active than anything that had come before. I started leaving things out for her, a cup of tea on the side table, though it never steamed and was never drunk. The newspaper opened to the crossword puzzle, a pen laid neatly beside it. I never found it filled in, but once I found the pen placed on a different clue, as if considering. Our life together became a pantomime, a series of small, silent offerings and acknowledgments. The cold in my wrist became my guide. It would pulse faintly when I considered going into town, a gentle dissuasion. It would warm ever so slightly when I sat in the chair opposite hers and read. It was our language now. Weeks bled into months. The tourist season came and went, the beaches filling with noise and color before emptying again into autumn's stillness. I did not mind the solitude. It was no longer solitude. Today the light is low and golden, the sun setting early. I am reading by the window. The cold in my wrist twinges not unpleasantly, and my eyes are drawn downward. There on the floorboards just beside her chair, a single perfect sprig of lavender lies. It is fresh, the buds tight and purple as if just picked from a garden. I look at the sweater. It has not moved. I look back at the lavender. It is real. I can smell its clean, sweet fragrance from here, cutting through the salt and the wood smoke. I do not pick it up. I simply look at it, a gift placed without a hand. Then I return to my book. The words flow easily now. Outside, the first stars are appearing over the dark water. The sea is calm, its surface a black mirror. I feel her presence not as a chill, but as a quiet contentment that fills the room. The story is not over. It has simply become ours. The lavender did not wither. Days passed and it remained as fresh as the moment it appeared, its fragrance a constant, gentle note in the room. I found myself tending to it as if it were a living thing, ensuring no dust settled upon it, moving it carefully when I swept the floor. It felt important to honor this small, impossible gift. One evening, as I prepared a simple meal, the cold in my wrist shifted. It was no longer a passive chill, but a distinct pressure, a gentle push toward the pantry. I stopped, a knife in my hand, and listened with my whole being. The push came again, insistent. I opened the pantry door. Inside, on a high shelf behind cans of soup, was a small, forgotten tin of her favorite biscuits. I had not bought them in years. I took the tin down, my hands unsteady. The pressure in my wrist subsided, replaced by a soft, approving warmth. I opened the tin. The biscuits were inside, still sealed in their wrapper. I placed one on a saucer and set it on the table beside her chair. I did not see it vanish, but later when I looked, the saucer was empty save for a few delicate crumbs. A profound sense of gratitude washed over me, so strong it brought tears to my eyes. It was no longer just about memory. It was about sharing a meal. The world outside continued to turn, but the house existed in its own time. Seasons changed beyond the windows, but inside the air remained perpetually mild, scented with lavender and the faint, comforting aroma of coffee that would sometimes greet me in the morning. The cold in my wrist was now a familiar companion. a second pulse beneath my skin. I began to dream of her again, not as a specter on the shore, but as she was in life. We would walk through sun-dappled forests that never existed, or sit in quiet conversation in rooms I had never seen. The dreams were peaceful, and I would wake with a sense of having visited somewhere real. This morning I found a second sprig of lavender beside the first. They were crossed, lying neatly on the floorboards. A new feeling bloomed in my chest, something I had not felt in a very long time. It was not just peace and not just acceptance, but a quiet, burgeoning joy. The story was still being written, not in words, but in small, silent gestures, in shared silence, and in the cool, constant touch on my wrist that told me I was home. The crossed lavender sprigs remained on the floor for a week, a small, fragrant crossroads. Then one morning they were gone. In their place, a tiny green shoot pushed up between the floorboards, right where the sprigs had lain. I knelt, my knees cracking, and touched the delicate stem. It was real, solid, and undeniably growing from the wood itself. The cold in my wrist was a steady hum, a current of energy that seemed to flow directly into that spot. I did not try to remove it. Instead, I brought a small cup of water and sprinkled it around the base of the shoot. It felt like the most natural thing in the world. The plant grew with an impossible speed, its leaves unfurling into the familiar silvery green, a small cluster of purple buds already forming at its tip. The scent in the room intensified, no longer a memory or a phantom, but the living breath of the thing itself. The cold in my wrist began to migrate. It was a slow, creeping sensation, moving up my forearm, a tendril of coolness weaving through my veins. It did not hurt. It felt like an integration, as if her presence was no longer content to be a point of contact, but wished to be a part of the whole. I watched the lavender plant, now a sturdy little bush, nestled against the leg of her chair, and I understood. The boundary was dissolving not through force, but through growth. I no longer simply read to the empty chair. I found myself pausing, listening for a reaction that was not in words, but in the shift of the air, the quality of the silence. Sometimes I would feel a coolness on my shoulder, like a hand resting there for a moment before fading. The house itself seemed to breathe with us, the old woods settling into a new, comfortable rhythm. The sea is outside and it is always there, but its voice is a companion now, not a call. I look at the lavender plant, its purple buds open to the sun falling through the window, and I feel the coolness in my arm, a settled, permanent thing. She is not a ghost, and I am not a keeper. We are two stories that have grown into one, rooted in this house by the sea, breathing in and out together in the quiet, scented air. The coolness reached my shoulder, a final, settling wave, and then it was complete. It was no longer a separate sensation, but simply how my body was now. I looked at my hands, expecting to see some change, some pallor, but they were the same. Yet when I moved, there was a new fluidity, a quietness to my step that had not been there before. I walked to the window and looked at the sea. The light on the water was not just light, it was a texture, a language of shimmering patterns I could almost read. I could feel the steady, patient push of the tides in the cool, deep parts of myself. I turned from the window and my gaze fell upon the lavender plant. It had grown taller, its branches weaving slightly around the leg of the chair, anchoring it to the floor and to the house. I reached out and brushed my fingers against the blooms. A cloud of fragrance rose, and with it, a flood of sensation that was not quite memory. It was the feeling of sun on her skin, the weight of a book in her lap, the quiet contentment of 1,000 forgotten afternoons. They were not my memories, but I held them now. They were part of the air in my lungs, the blood in my veins. I knew then that I would not leave this house. There was no need. The world had not shrunk. It had expanded in a way I could never explain to anyone else. The mail would come and I would bring it inside. The rain would fall and I would listen to its rhythm on the roof. And every day I would sit in my chair and the silence across from me would be full. Sometimes I would speak and sometimes I would just be. The lavender would bloom, and the scent of coffee would come and go, and the cool, deep peace within me would remain. The waiting was over. The sharing was everything. The change in my perception was the final gift. I began to see the echoes of her day superimposed over my own, a shimmer in the air where she might be standing by the bookshelf, a fleeting distortion in the light that suggested a hand reaching for a volume. I never saw a full form, only these gentle ripples in the fabric of the house. They were not frightening. They were like seeing the wind move through the grass. One afternoon, I found myself standing before a closed cabinet in the study, one I rarely opened. The coolness within me shifted, a soft internal nudge. I opened the doors. Inside, behind a stack of old maps, was a small carved box of dark wood. I had never seen it before. I lifted it out, the wood smooth and cool under my fingers. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a single pearl earring. I remembered its pair. It had been lost in the surf the summer before she died. She had been sad about it for days. I held the solitary pearl in my palm. The coolness in my chest swelled, not with sadness, but with a quiet, profound completion. The lost thing was found. It was a small mending of a tiny tear in the past. I placed the box on the mantelpiece next to the growing lavender plant. The pearl caught the light, a soft white gleam next to the vibrant purple flowers. That night I dreamed not of her, but of the house itself. I saw its foundations sunk deep into the earth, not just into soil, but into layers of time. I felt the memories of other occupants as faint, fading whispers in the walls, and I felt her presence, no longer a guest or a ghost, but as a new, strong thread woven directly into the house's very being, as permanent as the beams that held up the roof. And my own thread was there, right beside hers, intertwined. I woke at dawn. The room was filled with a pale, pre-light glow. I looked across at the other chair. For a single, breathtaking moment, the air above it held a definite shape, a silhouette of a woman with her head tilted as if in sleep. And then it dissolved, not vanishing, but softening, merging back into the ambient light of the room. The scent of lavender was strong and sweet. I rose and went to the kitchen. I filled the kettle and set it on the stove. I took down 2 cups. It was an automatic, unthinking gesture. I placed one cup opposite mine at the small table. The steam from my tea rose in a slender column. From the second empty cup nothing rose, but the air above it seemed to tremble, as if with a heat of its own. We sat there together in the quiet of the morning and waited for the sun to rise. The taste of lemon bloomed on my tongue, sharp and clear, though my tea was plain. It was her favorite, a slice of lemon always floating in her cup. I did not question it. The coolness inside me seemed to resonate with the flavor, a quiet chord of recognition. This was how it was now. Sensations, memories, and the present moment were no longer separate countries, but one continuous landscape. I finished my tea and washed the cups, mine and the one that had held only trembling air. The day was bright, the sea a sheet of beaten silver. The coolness within me stirred, a gentle tide pulling me toward the front door. I did not resist. I opened it and stepped outside. The salt air was bracing, but it no longer felt like an enemy. I walked down the path, not toward the town, but along the cliff's edge where the gorse grew thick and yellow. I stopped at a particular spot, a flat stone sheltered from the wind by a low, twisted tree. The coolness in my chest settled, a contented sigh. This had been her place for thinking, for reading, for watching the ships on the horizon. I sat down on the stone, the sun warming my face. I could feel the imprint of her here, not as a ghostly remnant, but as a living layer of the place, as integral as the stone itself. I was not visiting her memory. I was sharing her seat. A breeze picked up, rustling the leaves of the gorse. It did not sound like an ordinary wind. It carried a melody, a faint humming tune she used to sing under her breath while gardening. The sound was not in the air, but in the cool, deep parts of me, a private music just for us. I closed my eyes and listened, and for a long time there was only the sun, the sea, and the quiet, internal song. When I opened them, a small, brown bird had landed on a branch of the twisted tree. It cocked its head, looking directly at me, and then it began to sing, its chirps and trills weaving seamlessly with the remembered tune in my mind. It was a duet. I sat perfectly still until the bird finished its song and flew away. The internal humming faded, leaving behind a profound and settled joy. I walked back to the house as the afternoon light began to soften. The door was still open as I had left it. Inside, the air was still and sweet. The lavender plant by the chair seemed to have grown another inch, its branches now lightly brushing the seat cushion. I looked at the empty chair, then at the space beside me on the sofa. The coolness within me shifted, a subtle invitation. I sat on the sofa and immediately felt a presence settle beside me, a slight dip in the cushions that was not truly physical, but was undeniably there. I picked up my book, but I did not open it. I simply sat, feeling the shared weight on the old springs, the companionable silence wrapping around us like a blanket. The house was not just occupied, it was complete. Story 3. The lamp flickered off before my finger left the switch. I always counted the steps to the kitchen 13, never 12, but today my foot landed on empty air where the fourth should have been. The scent of rain hung in the room, though the windows were sealed shut, and the wallpaper-esque patterns seemed to ripple like water when I wasn't looking. I reached for my coffee mug, the one ID left clean in the sink, but it was already warm to the touch. But when I lifted it, the liquid inside was still. I find myself standing in the hallway again, my hand on the banister. The wood is cool and smooth. From the living room, the steady tick of the clock is the only sound. It is a sound I know as well as my own breathing. I wait for the next tick. It does not come. A footprint dried into a faint smudge on the porch. Not mine. The shape is wrong, the arch too high. I saw it after the last storm when the world was washed clean. I did not mention it. To mention it would be to give it a weight it may not deserve. We sat across from each other at the small table. The sun was low. You stirred your tea, the spoon making no sound against the ceramic. You said the days were getting shorter. I agreed. You looked at me then, a long, quiet look. I remember the way the light caught the side of your face, leaving the other half in shadow. I remember thinking that I had never seen you look so tired. The police officer was young. His boots were very clean. He asked if I had noticed anything out of the ordinary. I told him about the clock. He wrote nothing down. He asked about my routines. I told him I count the steps, always 13. He looked at me as if I had spoken in a foreign language. I woke because the silence was wrong. It was not an absence of sound, but a presence, a held breath in the dark of the house. I lay there and listened to it. I did not get up. I did not call out. To move would be to break something. To speak would be to invite a response. You left your book on the armrest, A History of Shipwrecks. The spine is cracked at a chapter about a vessel that vanished in a calm sea. No distress call, no wreckage, just an empty expanse of water where it was supposed to be. I pick it up sometimes and a receipt falls out from a shop in a town I have never visited. The date is smudged by rain. I am a person of habit. This is what I told them. I walk the same path through the woods each morning. I notice when a branch is broken, when the moss has been disturbed. Last week I found a single white button on the path. It was pristine, like a tiny, polished tooth. I put it in my pocket. I do not know why. They found a scarf. It was not mine. The colors were all wrong, a garish splash of orange and purple. They asked if I recognized it. I said no. They asked if you would have recognized it. I said I did not know. That was the truth. There were so many things about you I did not know. The lock on the back door is old. It has a specific sound, a heavy, metallic clunk that echoes in the quiet. I heard it last night, the distinct sound of the bolt sliding home. I was already in bed. I was alone in the house. I keep returning to the coffee mug, the warmth of the ceramic, the stillness of the liquid inside. It is a small thing, an insignificant thing, a draft perhaps, a trick of the memory, but it is the pebble that starts the avalanche. It is the first thread I pulled, and now the whole tapestry is unraveling in my hands. You were packing a bag. You said it was for an unexpected trip. A family matter, you said. You were never a good liar. Your eyes always shifted to the left, to that small crack in the ceiling above the door. You were looking at it as you spoke. Sometimes I think I see a flicker of movement in the periphery, a dark shape resolving into a coat on a hook, a shadow from a tree. My heart hammers a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I tell myself it is nothing. I am a person of habit, and fear is now one of them. The investigator used the word disappearance. It sounded so final, so vast. It made me think of your book, of that ship swallowed by a calm sea. He said there were no signs of a struggle. He said that was often the case. He asked if you seemed troubled. I said everyone is troubled if you look closely enough. I have started counting other things, the number of tiles on the kitchen floor, the number of breaths I take before sleep, the number of times I go over that last conversation, rearranging the words, trying to find a new meaning, a hidden message I missed. The pieces do not fit. They form a picture I do not understand. The fourth step is solid again. I tested it this morning. My foot met the firm wood with a familiar creak. I do not know which is more frightening, that it was once missing, or that it has now returned. I stand at the back door, my hand on the cold brass of the lock. The bolt is thrown. I am certain I left it unlocked this morning. I am almost certain. The house is silent around me, holding its breath, and I realize with a clarity that turns my blood to ice that the lock can only be engaged from the inside. My hand stays on the lock for a long time. The cold seeps into my skin. I do not move. I listen not with my ears, but with my entire being, straining to feel the shift in the air that another presence would cause. There is nothing, only the vast, listening silence of the house. Slowly I turn. The kitchen looks just as it should. The clean counters, the tile floor I counted just this morning. 48, always 48. My coffee mug sits in the sink where I left it. I walk toward it, my steps silent on the linoleum. I do not want to make a sound. I reach for the mug. It is cold now as it should be. I lift it and peer inside. A dark, stagnant drop rests at the bottom. I watch it, waiting for it to tremble, to show some sign of the disturbance that warmed the ceramic. It remains perfectly, impossibly still. A floorboard groans overhead. The sound is soft, almost shy. It is the sound the house makes when the heat comes on, a gentle settling into itself, but the heat is not on. I stand frozen, the mug in my hand, my gaze fixed on the ceiling. I count my heartbeats. 1, 2, 3. They are too fast, a frantic drum against the quiet. I make my way to the stairs. I do not want to go up. I want to run out the back door, but the bolt is still thrown. The thought of turning my back on the staircase, of fumbling with that heavy lock, is unbearable. So I climb. I do not count the steps. I feel each one with the sole of my foot, testing its solidity before trusting it with my weight. The upstairs hallway is dark, the doors to the bedroom and the spare room both closed. The air is colder here. The scent of rain is stronger, a damp chill that clings to the back of my throat. I stand at the top of the stairs, my hand on the wall. The wallpaper here has the same pattern, the one that ripples. I stare at it, and for a moment the vines and leaves seem to curl inward like something retreating. I push open the door to the bedroom. The bed is made the way I left it. Your side is untouched. The closet door is ajar, and I can see the empty space where your hanging bag used to be. Nothing is out of place, but the air is wrong. It feels charged, as if after a lightning strike. Then I see it on your nightstand next to the lamp, the book, the history of shipwrecks. It is closed. I know with a certainty that roots me to the spot that I left it downstairs on the armrest. I always leave it there. It is part of the ritual, part of the order of things. I take a step into the room. The floorboard under my foot does not make a sound. I take another, my eyes locked on the book. Its cover is a deep, murky blue. As I watch, a single drop of water appears on its surface, beating up against the matte finish. It trembles for a second, then rolls slowly, leaving a dark trail down the spine before dripping onto the wood of the nightstand. There is no light in the ceiling. The windows are shut. I hear the lock then, the heavy, metallic clunk from downstairs, the sound of the bolt being slid open. I do not run. I walk to the window that overlooks the back garden. The lawn is empty. The gate is swinging shut as if in a breeze, but the trees are still. No one is there. I look down at the porch roof just below, and there, pressed into a thin film of moisture on the shingles, is a single, perfect footprint. The arch is too high. It is the same print. It is facing the window. Behind me, from the kitchen downstairs, comes the soft, distinct sound of a spoon stirring in a ceramic mug. It makes no sound against the sides. I can only hear the gentle, swirling motion of the liquid itself. The house is no longer holding its breath. It is exhaling, and the whisper of it fills up all the space, saying nothing and everything all at once. I do not turn around. I stand at the window, my hands flat on the cool glass, and watch the gate until it becomes still. The footprint on the porch roof begins to fade as the moisture evaporates, its edges softening until it is just a damp patch and then nothing at all. The stirring sound from the kitchen has stopped. The silence returns, but it is different now. It is a waiting silence. My legs feel numb, but I make them move. I walk out of the bedroom and down the stairs, one hand trailing along the banister. The fourth step is solid. The 13th is solid. I count them in my head despite myself. In the kitchen, everything is in its place. The lock on the back door is now unlocked. The bolt is drawn back. I do not remember hearing it slide open a second time. I look at the sink. My coffee mug is gone. My eyes scan the counters, the table. It is not there. A cold knot tightens in my stomach. I open the cupboard where the mugs are kept. There it is, hanging from its hook, clean and dry. It is back where it belongs. I think of the investigator's clean boots and his notebook that remained blank. What would I say? That my house is tidying itself around me. That the ghosts, if that is what they are polite and put things away. I go to the living room and look at the armrest of the chair. The space where the book of shipwrecks should be is empty. I knew it would be. It is upstairs on the nightstand, damp with a water that does not exist. A receipt from a strange town is probably tucked inside its pages, a date blurred by rain. I sit down in the chair. The fabric is rough against my skin. I look at the clock on the wall. Its hands are frozen. They have not moved since the tick that never came. I watch it, waiting for a jerk, a shudder, a return to life. But it is a dead thing on the wall. And then a new thought arrives, clear and simple. The lock was engaged from the inside. The book was moved. The mug was washed and put away. These are not the actions of an intruder. They are the actions of someone who lives here, someone who is still here. You packed a bag. You said it was for a trip. But what if you never left? What if this is the trip? A journey into the walls, into the spaces between the steps, into the silence between the ticks of the clock. I close my eyes and the scent of rain is everywhere. It is the scent of a calm sea and of a ship that is no longer there. The cold from the window glass has seeped into my palms. I pull my hands away and see the faint, damp prints they leave behind on the pane. When I turn, the room is exactly as it was, empty, silent, yet the feeling of another presence is so strong it feels like a pressure in my ears. I walk back to the kitchen, my steps slow and measured. I stop in front of the sink and look at the mug in the cupboard. It is a simple white mug. There is nothing remarkable about it. I reach for it, my fingers closing around the cool ceramic. I take it down and set it on the counter. I fill the kettle and turn on the stove. The click of the igniter is too loud, a violent snap in the quiet. While the water heats, I go to the back door and check the lock again. It is definitely unlocked. I wrap my fingers around the bolt and slide it back and forth. The heavy, metallic clunk. The sound is real. It is a sound from the world I know. I leave it unlocked. The kettle begins to whistle, a rising shriek that makes me jump. I rush to take it off the flame, the sound dying into a frustrated hiss. I pour the boiling water into the French press over the dark grounds. The rich, bitter smell of coffee fills the air, a familiar and comforting anchor. As I wait for it to steep, I look out the kitchen window. The garden is there, the trees, the fence, everything is in its place. A normal morning. I press the plunger down on the coffee, the ground sinking to the bottom. I pour the dark liquid into the white mug. I do not add sugar or milk. I lift the mug to my lips, the heat a welcome burn on my skin. And then I see it, in the dark, reflective surface of the coffee, a movement behind me, a shape in the doorway. I do not spin around, I do not gasp. I hold my breath and watch the reflection in the liquid. It is blurred, distorted by the curve of the mug and the darkness of the coffee, but it is there. A human shape standing perfectly still, watching me. I slowly lower the mug. The coffee inside remains perfectly still. Not a single ripple mars its surface. I set it down on the counter. The figure in the reflection does not move. I can feel its gaze on my back. I close my eyes. I count to 10. When I open them, I force myself to turn around. The doorway is empty. A breath I did not know I was holding escapes my lips. It is just the house. It is just my mind. I am tired. I am grieving a disappearance that has no shape. I turn back to my coffee, seeking its warmth, its reality. The mug is gone. I stare at the empty space on the counter where I just set it down. My heart is a cold, hard stone in my chest. Then from the living room I hear a soft, dry sound, a page turning. I walk to the doorway and look in. The book of shipwrecks is back on the armrest of the chair. It is open, and in the chair the cushion is slightly depressed, as if someone has just been sitting there reading. The air in the room is cold, and it carries the faint, saltan draught smell of the sea. I know now that I am not being haunted by an absence. I am being haunted by a return. You have not come back to the house. The house has become you. Your silence, your routines, your unfinished sentences. They have soaked into the floorboards and the wallpaper. I am not living in my home anymore. I am living inside your ghost. And the ghost is making itself a cup of coffee. I look at the depression in the chair cushion, the open book. The smell of the sea is stronger here, a damp decay that clings to the back of my throat. I do not go to the chair. I do not close the book. I stand in the doorway and I understand that this is a performance, and I am both the audience and the subject. I turn my back on the living room and walk to the stove. I take the kettle, still warm, and fill it again. I choose a different mug, a plain blue one from the back of the cupboard. I measure out tea leaves into a strainer, my movements precise, a ritual to ward off the chaos. The ordinary acts are a shield. I pour the boiling water and the steam rises, carrying the scent of bergamot and black tea. It is a fight against the salt and the rot. I do not look toward the living room. I keep my eyes on my task. I wait for the tea to steep, watching the water darken. When it is ready, I lift the mug. It is solid and warm in my hands. I take a sip. The taste is sharp and familiar. From the living room there is a new sound, a sip, a soft, appreciative inhalation of breath, the sound of someone tasting tea. My hand tightens around the mug. I do not put it down. I drink again, deeper this time, the liquid almost too hot. I am claiming this moment. This is my tea, my kitchen. Another sip echoes from the other room. It is in sync with mine. I walk to the doorway and look in. The chair is still occupied by the invisible weight. The book is still open. But now on the small table beside the chair rests the white coffee mug. It is full. Steam curls gently from its surface. I stare at the steaming mug. I did not make coffee. The pot is clean, the grounds are spent. Yet there it is, hot and fresh, sitting beside a ghost. I raise my blue mug to my lips and take a long, deliberate swallow. The sound is loud in the quiet. A moment later, from the chair comes the same sound, a long, deliberate swallow. We are having tea together. The normality of it is the most terrifying thing yet. This is not a poltergeist throwing plates. This is not a shadowy figure in the hall. This is a meticulous, quiet replication of life. It is an attempt to continue a routine that ended the day you left. I finish my tea. I place the empty blue mug in the sink. I turn on the tap to rinse it, and the sound of the water is a roar. When I turn it off, the silence rushes back in. I do not look behind me. I walk upstairs, each step firm and loud. I go into the bedroom and close the door. I do not lock it. A lock means nothing here. I sit on the edge of the bed on my side. The air is cold. I can still smell the sea. I look at your nightstand. The book is gone. The drop of water is gone. I lie down and pull the covers up to my chin. I close my eyes. I listen. The house is silent for a long time. Then from the other side of the door I hear the faint, careful sound of 13 steps ascending the stairs. They pause outside the bedroom. The doorknob turns slowly without a creak. The door does not open, but I know it is there, standing in the hall, waiting. I keep my eyes closed and my breathing even. I am a person of habit, and I am learning that so is it. The door does not open. I feel the weight of its presence on the other side of the wood, a density in the air that makes it hard to breathe. I count my heartbeats, each one a hammer against the quiet. Then I hear the soft exhalation of a breath that is not my own, a sigh that carries the chill of deep water. The footsteps retreat, descending the stairs. They do not count themselves. They are sure and silent. I wait until I hear the bottom step creak, the one that always sounds, and then the house falls into a deeper silence. It is the silence of a held secret. I do not sleep. I watch the light from the window change as the moon moves across the sky. The room is a basin of shadows. Just before dawn I hear it, the back door opening. The sound is not the heavy clunk of the lock, but the gentle click of the latch, the soft sweep of the door moving over the floor. Then it closes. The sound is final. When the gray morning light fills the room, I get up. My body is stiff. I go downstairs. The house is empty in a way it has not been for days. The pressure is gone. The air is just air. I walk to the back door and check the lock. It is unlocked. I look out the window. The garden is wet with dew. There are no footprints. In the living room, the chair is plump and undisturbed. The book is gone from the armrest. The white mug is gone from the side table. Everything is in its place. I make tea in the blue mug and sit at the kitchen table. The silence is my own. I drink the tea and it is just tea. I feel a hollow emptiness, a loss so profound it has become a physical space inside me. The haunting was a terrible thing, but it was a thing. It was a presence. Now there is only absence. I finish the tea and wash the mug, placing it back in the cupboard. I turn around and lean against the counter, and I see it. On the table where I had just been sitting, a single, perfect circle of condensation rests on the wood. Next to it, a faint, smudged mark, as if from the bottom of a mug. I walk over and press my finger into the damp ring. It is cold. I look at the empty chair across from mine. The investigation is over. The disappearance is complete, and I understand now that you are not in the house. You are in the silence that remains. You are in the space between the steps, in the warmth of a mug that should be cold, in the scent of rain that has no source. You are the pebble that started the avalanche, and now the avalanche is over, and I am buried under the quiet. I look at the damp ring on the table, and then at my own dry mug in the cupboard. The evidence is there, a cold confession on the wood. The performance is over, but the stage remains, and I am still on it. I am part of the setting now. I get up and go to the hall closet. I put on my coat. The air outside will be fresh. It will smell of cut grass and damp earth, not of salt and silent rooms. My hand is on the front door knob when I hear the faint musical chime from the living room. It is the clock. Its pendulum is swinging. Its hands are moving. They show the wrong time, an hour that has already passed, but they are moving. The ticking begins, a steady metronome rhythm that fills the house. I do not go to look. I know what I would see. I open the front door and step outside, pulling it closed behind me. The sound of the latch is muffled by the ticking that follows me out. I stand on the porch and breathe. The sun is warm on my face. A bird sings in a tree. I walk to the gate and open it. I do not look back at the house. I walk down the street, my footsteps loud on the pavement. I count them without meaning to. 1, 2, 3. At the corner I stop. I can still hear it, a faint, persistent ticking from a quarter-mile away, keeping pace with my heart. It is not in the house anymore. It is in my head. I look down at my shadow on the ground, and for a moment it does not move in time with me. It hesitates a half-second behind, a silhouette filled with the sound of the sea. Then it catches up. We continue down the street together, the ticking a thread connecting me to the empty house, to the ghost in the walls, to the you that I have become. The ticking follows me to the grocery store. It is there in the rustle of plastic bags and the beep of the scanner, a staccato counterpoint to the mundane rhythms of the world. I pick up a carton of milk, a loaf of bread, normal things. The girl at the checkout counter smiles, her eyes bright and empty of clocks. I try to smile back, but my face feels stiff, a mask over the machinery inside. I walk home because there is nowhere else to go. The house is waiting. It always is. As I turn onto my street, the ticking grows louder, not a sound in my ears, but a vibration in my bones. I unlock the front door and step inside. The air is still and cool. The clock in the living room is silent, its hands stilled at the same wrong hour. The performance is over, but the audience remains. I put the milk in the refrigerator. As I close the door, I see it. A single, long-stemmed glass sitting on the middle shelf, full of water. Condensation beads on its sides. I do not own a glass like that. You did. You used to drink water from it in the middle of the night. I take the carton of milk back out. My hand is shaking. I pour my glass, and drink it standing there. The milk is cold and bland. I go to the living room and sit in the chair. The emptiness of the house is a physical weight. I close my eyes and the image of the shipwreck book floats behind my eyelids. I know where it is. I get up and climb the stairs. I go to your side of the bed and open the top drawer of the nightstand. There it is, nestled between folded handkerchiefs. The deep, murky blue cover is dry now. I do not open it. I do not need to. The receipt is inside, I am sure of it. A little square of paper from a town by the sea, a place we never went. I close the drawer. I do not want to see it. I do not want to know which page it is open to. Some wrecks are not meant to be studied. That night I lie in bed and listen. The house is quiet, too quiet. The ticking has stopped. The silence is a different kind of sound, a hollow drum. I wait for the footsteps, for the stirring of tea, for any sign, but nothing comes. The ghost is bored with me, or it is complete. I have accepted my role, and the play can end. Just as I drift into a thin, uneasy sleep, I feel it. The bed dips on your side. The springs creak softly, a sound I have not heard in months. I do not open my eyes. I hold my breath. I feel the warmth of a body beside me, the slight shift of the covers. Then a hand finds mine under the blanket. The fingers are cold, and they smell of the sea. They intertwine with my own, and they feel exactly like your hand. The weight settles, the breathing evens out. It is sleeping. I lie there frozen until the first light of dawn filters through the curtains. The warmth beside me fades slowly. The weight lifts, the cold hand withdraws. When I finally turn my head, the pillow is smooth and undisturbed, but on my hand a faint, gritty residue of salt remains. I bring my fingers to my nose and inhale the scent of a distant, peaceful ocean. The haunting is over. The coexistence has begun. The next morning, I set 2 mugs on the counter. I fill the kettle and grind the coffee beans. The routine is a scaffold holding up the day. When the water boils, I pour it into the French press. The dark bloom of coffee fills the carafe. I pour the coffee black into both mugs. I leave one on the counter. I take the other and my book to the living room. I sit in my chair. The other chair, your chair, is empty. I do not look at it directly, but I am aware of the space it occupies. I take a sip from my mug. A moment later, from the kitchen, I hear the soft scrape of ceramic on countertop, a sip being taken. I read a page of my book. I do not register the words. From the kitchen, a page turns. The shipwreck book is not on the armrest. It is in there with it. This is how we live now. I move through the house and it moves with me, a step behind, a breath out of sync. I find small, wet footprints on the kitchen floor sometimes, evaporating before they can be truly seen. A drawer I know I closed is left slightly ajar. The radio in the workshop flickers on, playing a station of static and faint, distant foghorns. I have stopped trying to explain it. I have stopped being afraid. The fear was a product of conflict, of trying to separate what is now woven together. You are not in the walls, you are the walls. You are the humidity in the air, the slow creep of damp in the basement, the taste of salt on my lips when I wake. Tonight I cook pasta. I set the table for one, but I place a second glass of water across from me. I eat. The room is quiet, but it is not empty. When I am done, I get up to clear my plate. I look back at the table. The water glass is empty, a ring of condensation left on the wood. I wash my single plate and fork. I dry them and put them away. I look out the black window, seeing only my reflection. And then another reflection appears behind mine, not a face, but a suggestion of a shape, a disturbance in the light. It reaches past me, its form blending with mine in the glass, and turns off the kitchen light. The room goes dark. I stand there in the sudden night, and I feel a cool pressure on my shoulder, like a hand resting there for a moment before it fades away. I do not turn around. I simply stand in the dark, waiting for the next thing. I go to bed without turning the light back on. The house knows its own darkness. In the morning, the radio is on in the workshop again, but the static has cleared. A man's voice, calm and measured, is reading a shipping forecast. I stand in the doorway and listen to the names of distant sea areas, the wind speeds, the visibility. It is a language of order imposed on chaos. The voice finishes and a single, clear note from a bell sounds before the radio clicks off by itself. I go to the kitchen. The 2 mugs are already on the counter, waiting. The French press is full of hot water, the ground swirling in a dark storm at the bottom. I did not make it. I press the plunger down and pour. I carry the mugs to the living room, placing one on the small table beside your chair. I sit and pick up my book. I have started reading about gardens, about things that grow in firm, predictable soil. A minute passes, then the mug on the side table lifts into the air. It hovers for a second, tilts and lowers again. I watch from the corner of my eye. A sip has been taken. I take a sip from my own mug. The coffee is perfect. This is our life. We share the silence. We share the space. We are careful with one another. I no longer jump at unexpected sounds. I expect them. They are part of the new architecture of my days. This afternoon, I decide to work in the garden. The soil is soft from recent rain. I pull weeds, my hands digging into the cool, damp earth. For a long time, there is only the sound of my breathing and the rustle of leaves. Then from the other side of the rose bush, I hear it, the soft, rhythmic snip of shears. I stop, my hands buried in the dirt. The snipping continues, methodical and precise. I look through the branches. I see nothing. But on the ground a few feet away, a freshly cut branch falls, its leaves still green. I look at the rose bush. A dead branch I had meant to remove is gone, the cut clean and new. I go back to my weeding. We work in parallel for an hour, a comfortable, wordless companionship. When I go inside to wash my hands, I look out the window. The garden looks tended, cared for. It looks loved by two pairs of hands. I make lunch and eat at the table. I do not set a second place. I do not need to. The presence is simply there, a current in the air. I feel a draft, cool and carrying the scent of cut grass, and it moves past me towards the living room. A moment later, the gentle creak of the armchair signals that it too is resting. I finish my sandwich and wash the plate. I look at the backyard, at the neatly trimmed bushes. A thought occurs to me, not with fear, but with a slow, dawning curiosity. I walk to the front door and open it. I step out onto the porch, leaving the door wide open behind me. I walk to the gate and open it too. I stand there on the border between my property and the street. I wait. The wind chimes on the porch are still. No sound comes from the open doorway. No cold pressure urges me back. I take one step onto the pavement, then another. I walk to the end of the street this time, further than I have gone since it began. I do not hear any ticking. I do not feel a shadow lagging behind. I stop and look back at the house. It sits quiet and still in the afternoon sun. The front door is a dark rectangle from this distance, and then I see it. A figure stands in the doorway, a silhouette framed by the dark interior. It is not distinct, not a person, but a concentration of shadow, a human-shaped stillness. It does not wave, it does not beckon. It simply stands, watching me go, holding the space I left behind. I turn and walk back. With each step, the figure seems to recede, melting back into the house's darkness. By the time I reach the gate, the doorway is empty again. I close the gate behind me. I walk up the path and step back inside, closing the front door. The air in the hall is cool. From the living room, I hear the quiet turning of a page. I hang up my coat. I go to the kitchen to start dinner, and I know I am not a prisoner here. I am a tenant, and so is it. We are both keeping the house from being empty. We are both home. The next morning, I crack 2 eggs into a bowl. I whisk them and pour them into the buttered pan. The sizzle is loud in the quiet kitchen. I slice bread 2 pieces and put them in the toaster. When the eggs are done, I divide them onto 2 plates. I carry them to the small table in the nook. I set one plate at my spot, the other across from me. I do not think about it. My body simply does it. I sit and begin to eat. The toast pops up. I get the butter and jam. I butter both slices and return to my seat. I eat my eggs. I watch the second plate. The eggs do not vanish. They slowly lose their heat, the steam rising from them fading until it is gone. The butter on the toast melts into golden pools. When I am finished, I stand and clear both plates. I scrape the cold, uneaten food into the compost bin. I wash the dishes, mine and the ones that were not used. I dry them and put them away. I feel a shift then, a change in the atmosphere. It is not threatening, it is attentive. I walk to the hall closet and take out your old waxed coat. It is still heavy, still smells faintly of oil and old wood. I put it on. It is too big for me, the sleeves covering my hands. I roll them up. I take the house keys from the hook. I go to the front door and open it. I step out, but I do not close the door behind me. I walk down the path to the garden shed. The lock is stiff, but it turns. Inside, the air is thick with the smell of peat and gasoline. Your tools hang on the walls, neat and clean. I take a trowel and a small rake. I work in the flower bed under the living room window, turning the soil, pulling the stubborn weeds. The sun is warm on my back. After a while, I feel a presence beside me. Not a shape, but a coolness that blocks the sun. I look over. The soil in the next patch over begins to shift and turn as if an invisible trowel is digging into it. A dandelion root pops free and lands on the pile of weeds. We work side by side for an hour. I can hear the soft sound of its breathing, a whisper like wind through reeds. When I stand to stretch my aching back, I see our work. The soil I turned is rough and clumpy. The soil it turned is fine and dark, perfectly aerated. I put the tools away in the shed. When I come out, I see that the back door is now closed. I walk to it and try the handle. It is unlocked. I go inside, hanging the coat back in the closet. The house feels different. It feels settled. The silence is a shared understanding. That night, I sit in the living room. The second chair is no longer just a chair. It is occupied. I can feel the fabric of reality bending slightly around it. I look at the empty space and I speak, my voice rough from lack of use. The roses are coming in well, I say. The only answer is the quiet creak of the armchair, as if someone has shifted their weight. It is enough. It is more than enough. We sit together in the deepening twilight, two tenants in a house that is no longer empty, listening to the quiet sounds of a life being lived together and apart in the space between the world and the sea. The next day I go to the market. I buy vegetables, coffee, and a cut of fish. I also buy a new bar of soap, a simple, clean scent of lavender. When I return, the house is as I left it, but the air in the hallway carries a faint, fresh brine, as if a window had been opened to a sea breeze. I put the groceries away. I leave the soap on the edge of the sink. In the evening, I am reading in the living room when I hear a new sound from the kitchen. A soft, wet scraping. I do not get up immediately. I finish my chapter. When I go to the kitchen for a glass of water, I see it. The new bar of soap has been used. It is wet, and carved into its surface are the delicate, precise lines of a sailing ship, its sails full of an unseen wind. I run my thumb over the carving. The soap is smooth and cool. I do not wash it away. I leave it on the sink, a small, white sculpture against the porcelain. The following morning, the ship is gone, washed down the drain by the night's invisible ablutions. But on the windowsill above the sink, a new arrangement has appeared. 3 small stones, worn smooth by the sea, and a single white feather are placed in a careful line. I touch the stones. They are dry and warm. I decide to reciprocate. In the garden, I find a particularly vibrant red rose. I cut it and bring it inside. I fill a thin glass vase with water and place the rose in it. I set it on the small table next to the armchair in the living room. I do not say anything, I just leave it there. When I come back an hour later, the rose is still there, but the vase has been moved a few inches to the left, and the blossom is now tilted at a slight, more graceful angle. A single petal has fallen onto the tabletop. This is our conversation. It is built from soap and stone and flowers. It is a language without words, and we are both slowly learning to speak it. The silence is no longer empty. It is full of meaning. The house is no longer haunted. It is shared, and I am no longer waiting for you to leave. I am learning day by day how to live with you. The book I am reading about gardens falls from my lap as I doze. The sound of it hitting the floor jolts me awake. The light has changed, the room filled with the long shadows of late afternoon. I bend to pick up the book, and I see that it is not where it fell. It has been placed on the footstool, a dry oak leaf marking the page I was on. I look towards the other chair. For a single, startling moment, the air in the chair seems to thicken, to hold the afterimage of a form, like a warmth left on fabric. Then it is gone. I make tea. The ritual is slow, deliberate. I pour the hot water over the leaves and wait for it to steep. I carry my cup and the pot to the living room on a tray. I set the tray on the low table between the 2 chairs. I pour a second cup. I do not place it on the table beside the other chair. I leave it on the tray. I sit and sip my tea. The steam from my cup rises in a thin, straight column. The steam from the second cup on the tray coils and twists upon itself, forming intricate, fleeting shapes before it dissipates. I watch it until the cup is cool and the steam is gone. Later, as I prepare for bed, I find the house has grown cold. I go to the thermostat, but it is set correctly. The chill is localized, a pocket of winter air in the hall. I shiver in my thin night clothes. As I pass the living room on my way to the stairs, I feel a sudden concentrated warmth radiating from the other chair. It is a dry, sun-baked heat, like stone that has soaked up the afternoon sun. I pause at the doorway, holding my hands out to the invisible warmth. I stand there for a long time, letting the heat seep into my cold fingers until the chill in the hall is gone and the house temperatures have evened out. It is a gift, I realize, a returned favor for the rose. In bed, I lie awake, listening. The house is not silent, it breathes with us. The floorboards sigh, the pipes whisper. I close my eyes and feel the familiar dip in the mattress on your side. The cold, sea-scented fingers do not find mine tonight. Instead, I feel the blanket being pulled up, tucked more securely around my shoulders. The gesture is so gentle, so specific, that a knot I did not know I was holding in my chest finally loosens. I breathe out, a long, slow exhalation. From the other side of the bed, I hear a breath being taken in, perfectly in time with my own release. We are learning to breathe together. We are learning the shape of the space we both occupy. We are learning the shape of you. The morning brings a storm. Rain lashes the windows and the wind howls in from the coast. The house groans, a chorus of old timber and settling stone. I build a fire in the grate, the first of the season. The flames catch, dancing and spitting, pushing back the gray light. I pull my chair closer, a blanket over my knees. The other chair remains by the cold window. After a while, I feel a draft, a concentrated chill that makes the fire flicker. I look over. The air around the empty chair seems to shimmer, a mirage of cold. Beads of moisture form on the fabric, not from the room's humidity, but condensing from the air itself. They trace slow, meandering paths down the armrest, like tears or like rivers on a map. I get up, I do not speak. I lift the chair, its weight familiar and strange, and carry it closer to the hearth. I set it down a polite distance from my own, angled towards the fire. I return to my seat and my book. Minutes pass, the shimmering air around the chair stills. The beads of moisture cease to form. The fabric begins to steam, gently, the heat of the fire driving the dampness out. A soft, almost imperceptible sigh seems to emanate from the chair itself, a sound of relief, of warmth accepted. We sit like that for hours, listening to the storm rage outside, two creatures, one of flesh and one of memory, sharing the fire, sharing the shelter, waiting for the calm together. The storm passes. The fire burns down to embers. I do not build it back up. The room is warm and the only light comes from the dull red glow of the coals. I must have fallen asleep in my chair because when I open my eyes, the room is dark and the house is still. The wind has gone. A different sound replaces it, a low, resonant hum that seems to come from the very foundations. It is the sound of the sea, not as it is from the shore, but as it must be from deep below, a constant, heavy pressure. I stand, my joints stiff, and make my way to the kitchen for a glass of water. The humming is clearer here, a vibration in the floorboards. I look at the sink and I see that the 3 stones and the feather on the windowsill are gone. In their place is a single, perfect spiral shell pearlescent in the gloom. I pick it up. It is cold and smooth. When I hold it to my ear, I do not hear the cartoon ocean of my childhood. I hear the low, foundational hum of the house, the same sound that now surrounds me. I understand this is not an echo, it is the source. I carry the shell with me upstairs. I do not turn on the lights. I get into bed, placing the shell on the nightstand. The dip in the mattress is there, deeper than before. The sheets on that side are damp, not unpleasantly so, but cool and heavy, like linen dried in a sea breeze. I lie on my back, staring at the ceiling. The hum is inside my head now, a steady, rhythmic pulse. I close my eyes and try to match my breathing to it. In, out, in, out. The dampness from the other side of the bed begins to spread, a slow seep across the sheet. It reaches my arm. It is not wet. It is like a cool, silken cloth being drawn over my skin. I do not pull away, I let it come. The hum grows louder, filling my ears, my skull. The coolness spreads across my shoulders, down my chest. It is a weight, an anchor. I feel myself being pulled down, not into sleep, but into something deeper, something older. I am not afraid. I am being held. I am being remembered. The last thing I feel before I sink completely is a single, cool point of pressure on my forehead, like a kiss from the deep or a blessing from the drowned. Story 4. It wasn't the first time I'd seen the car parked down by the old creek bridge. I was taking the trash bins to the curb, and the glint of the headlights off the water caught my eye. The engine was off, but the interior light was on, just a dim yellow glow from behind the fogged-up windows. I finished rolling the last bin into place, making sure the wheels were straight. The next morning the car was gone, leaving only a dark patch of wet gravel and a single, muddy shoe print on the shoulder of the road. I rinsed out my coffee mug and left for work. I never did mention it to anyone. It seemed simpler that way. That coffee mug was always in my hand, a thick white ceramic thing. The heat of the liquid would seep into my palm. I remember that warmth, a different kind of warmth, the sun on my neck as I stood there, the sound of the gravel under my shoe as I shifted my weight, a crunch, a small, final sound. A flash of white, not the mug, something else. A plastic bag maybe, caught in the reeds downstream. It fluttered, a trapped wing. I remember thinking I should go down there and pull it out. Litter is such an eyesore, but I didn't. I just stood with the heat in my hand and watched the car. The phone was ringing, a shrill sound that seemed to tear the air. I picked it up, a voice, a neighbor, asking if I'd seen anything at all, the usual questions. I said no. My voice was calm, a flat line. I looked out the window toward the bridge. The line was dead before I realized I was still holding the receiver. The hum was the same as the refrigerator, a constant low drone. The shoe print, it wasn't large, it wasn't small, it was just a print. The tread was a common pattern, I think, a series of waves and lines pressed into the soft earth. I didn't photograph it. I just looked at it while I sipped my coffee. I remember wondering if the rain would wash it away before anyone else saw it. It did. I dream of fog, not the weather, but the fog on glass, the way it obscures, the way you can draw a line through it with your finger, a clear path that closes up again almost instantly. The windows of that car were like that, a solid pale gray. I couldn't see inside, not really, just that yellow light, a blur behind the condensation. There was a noise that night, after the bins were out, before I went to bed. A sharp crack, not a gunshot, nothing so dramatic, a branch breaking, a twig snapping underfoot, came from the general direction of the creek. I remember pausing, my hand on the lock of the back door. I listened. There was only the sound of the water moving over the rocks, a sound so constant you forget it's there until you really try to hear it. My own reflection in the dark window, just my own face, pale and suspended in the blackness. My eyes looked back at me. I couldn't hold their gaze. I turned away and went upstairs. The next day they were everywhere, asking questions. Their uniforms were a crisp, unnatural blue. They moved in a way that was both slow and purposeful. I gave a statement. I said I saw a car. I said I didn't get the make or model. The color was dark, blue or black or a deep green. The light was fading. It was hard to tell. They wrote it down. They thanked me for my time. I think I lied, not about the car, about something else, a small thing, an inconsequential detail. I said I was watching a program on television, a cooking show. But I wasn't. I was reading a book. I don't know why I said that. It felt important in the moment to have that alibi, even for myself, to place myself firmly in a chair in a room, distracted. The book, it was a mystery novel. I remember the feel of the paper, the weight of it in my lap. The plot was convoluted. I lost track of the characters. I kept reading the same paragraph over and over. The words stopped making sense. They were just shapes on a page. A phrase comes back to me, something one of them said to me later. You must have been very frightened. It was not a question. It was a statement offered with a tilt of the head. I didn't answer. Was I frightened? I was curious. Annoyed even. That car was always there. It was becoming a nuisance. The muddy print, it resurfaces in my mind, not just the one on the road. There was another, fainter, on the top step of my back porch, just a smudge, really, a partial impression. I found it the morning after the car was gone. I scrubbed it away with a stiff brush and a bucket of soapy water. The suds turned a faint brown. I told myself it was from my own shoes. I must have stepped in the same mud. The glint of the headlights, that is the first thing. The last thing, a sharp, silver flash on the dark water. It wasn't the sun. It was the reflection of my own porch light, maybe. But my porch light wasn't on, I'm sure of it. I hadn't turned it on yet. I keep coming back to the interior light. Why was it on? Someone was sitting in there. Someone was just sitting in a car in the dark with the dome light on. Were they reading, looking for something, waiting? The fog on the windows was from their breath, one person's breath or two. A sound that might be a memory or might be something I've invented. The soft, solid thud of a car door closing. Not a slam, a careful, quiet click. I heard it as I was turning away from the bins. I associated it with the car, but it could have come from anywhere. It could have been my own house settling. I feel a pressure, a need to assemble these pieces, but they are from different puzzles. The coffee mug doesn't fit with the shoe print. The book doesn't fit with the voice on the phone. The more I try to force them, the more the edges fray. They put up a poster later, on a telephone pole near the bridge. A face. I didn't look at it for long. The eyes were too bright. The smile seemed like a foreign object placed on the face. I looked away. I looked at the creek instead. The water was high that day. I have this habit now. I go to the window every night. After I turn off the kitchen light, I stand there in the dark and let my eyes adjust. I look toward the bridge. It's just a shape, a darker line against the dark sky. The creek is a sound, not a sight. I stand there until the cold from the glass seeps through to my skin. I am waiting for the glint of headlights. I am waiting for the yellow glow. I am waiting to see if I will do the same thing again. If I will finish my task, make sure the bins are straight and go back inside, and never say a word. It seems simpler that way. The plastic bag is still there. It twitches in the wind like a nerve. I noticed it again this morning, caught tighter now in the branches of a fallen tree that juts out into the water. It is no longer white, but a dirty gray, the same color as the sky. I tell myself I will retrieve it today after work. I will bring a rake down to the creek bank and fish it out. But I know it has become a part of the landscape, a marker. My own routines have hardened. The coffee tastes the same. The walk to the curb is the same number of steps. I make sure to look at the bridge only once, a quick, furtive glance as I bend to set the bin down. I am practicing indifference. I am getting better at it. The police never came back. The poster faded in the rain, the smiling face dissolving into a blur of streaked ink. Someone took it down eventually, leaving just a few scraps of tape on the weathered wood. Life, as they say, moved on, but it didn't, not really. It just developed a limp, a slight hitch in its gait that you only notice if you ray looking for it. I was in town on Saturday buying groceries. A woman was in front of me in the checkout line. She dropped her keys. When she bent to pick them up, I saw the back of her sneaker. The tread was a series of waves and lines, a common pattern. I looked away, my heart beating a dull, thick rhythm against my ribs. It meant nothing. It meant everything. That night the dream was different. In it I am standing by the car. The fog on the window is gone. I don't wipe it away, it just vanishes. And inside, the seat is empty. There is no one there. The keys are dangling from the ignition, and the interior light is that same dim yellow, illuminating nothing but worn upholstery. I wake up not with a start, but with a slow, cold realization, as if I've been awake for hours already. The sound I heard, the twig snapping. I've decided it was an animal. a raccoon, or maybe a deer coming down to the water to drink. It has a comforting thought, a natural explanation. I hold on to it tightly, like a smooth stone in my pocket. I find myself listening to the creek more intently now. I can differentiate its sounds. The rush over the flat stone by the bank, the gurgle where the current dips under the bridge, the gentle slap against the concrete pylons. It talks constantly. It has so much to say. I am beginning to understand its language. It speaks of things being carried away. It speaks of things being worn smooth over time. I still go to the window. I probably always will. The cold from the glass is a familiar feeling now, a greeting. I stand there until my own breath fogs the pain, until my reflection is swallowed by the mist I create. Then I draw a line through it with my finger, a clear path that lasts for only a second before it closes up again. The line I draw is a question, but the fog has no answer. It just fills in the space, silent and complete. I wipe my hand on my pants and step back from the window. The floorboards creak under my weight, a familiar complaint in the quiet house. Days blend into weeks. The plastic bag finally tore free in a storm, or so I assume. It has gone from the branches, and the creek has risen and fallen, leaving a new arrangement of debris along its banks. I find myself looking for it, its absence a small, persistent hole in the scenery. I started walking by the creek on Sundays. It is not a conscious decision, more of a gravitational pull. I follow the path along the water, my eyes scanning the ground. I don't know what I am looking for. Another shoe print, a clue, a reason. All I ever find are beer bottles and faded candy wrappers. The car never returned, I know because I still look every night. The space under the bridge remains empty, a stage with no play. Sometimes I see other cars pass over the bridge, their headlights sweeping across my window, but none stop. I was cleaning out the garage last week and found an old pair of my own shoes. The tread was worn smooth, nothing like the pattern I remembered. I threw them in the trash. It felt like a necessary thing to do. The voice on the phone, the neighbor, never called again. I see her sometimes getting her mail. We nod, a brief, polite gesture that means nothing. Her face is closed, a book I have no intention of reading. I think about the interior light a lot. Why leave it on? It is a beacon or a confession, or maybe just a mistake. A simple oversight by someone tired, someone distracted. I've done it myself, left the dome light on in my own car after searching for something in the glove box. The battery died. I had to call for a jump. It was inconvenient, but it meant nothing. Why can this mean nothing? The crack of the twig, I've settled on it being a deer. I read online that deer often come down to creeks at dusk. It is a fact I cling to. I repeat it to myself like a mantra when I lie awake at night. The book I was reading, the mystery novel, I never finished it. I returned it to the library. The plot was unsatisfying. The resolution felt forced. The killer was someone I'd suspected from the beginning. There were no real surprises. Today the rain is coming down hard, drumming a steady rhythm on the roof. The creek will be loud, a roaring in the background. I should check the basement for lakes. Instead, I stand at the kitchen window, watching the water sheet down the glass. It obscures the world outside, turning everything into a watery blur. I can see the bridge at all. I realize I am holding my breath. I let it out slowly, fogging the cold glass in front of me. I don't draw a line this time. I just watch as my own breath condenses and then slowly disappears. The rain slows to a drizzle, and the world outside sharpens again, washed clean and looking new. But the bridge is the same, dark and damp. My coffee has gone cold in the mug. I should microwave it, but I don't move. A man in a tan jacket is walking his dog along the creek path. He stops under the bridge, and the dog sniffs at the base of the concrete pylon. The man pulls out his phone, looks at it, then continues walking. It has nothing. It has just a man walking his dog, but my hand is clenched around the mug handle. I think about the muddy print on my step. I told myself it was from my own shoe, but my shoes were clean when I came in that night. I remember wiping them thoroughly on the mat. I remember the specific, deliberate motion of it. The phone rings, a sudden, violent sound in the quiet kitchen. I jump and the cold coffee sloshes over the rim of the mug onto my hand. I stare at the phone, its shrill ring so similar to the one before. I don't pick it up. I let it ring until it stops, the silence that follows feeling heavier and more significant than the noise. I look down at the dark pool of coffee on the floor. I get a paper towel and kneel to wipe it up. The liquid soaks through the thin paper, staining my fingertips. As I clean, I notice a small, dark smudge near the leg of the kitchen table. It has dirt, a dried flake of mud. I pick it up, rolling it between my thumb and forefinger. It crumbles to dust. I stand up and throw the wet paper towel away. I wash my hands, scrubbing at the brown stain on my skin. The man and his dog are gone now. The bridge is empty. The creek mumbles on. I look at the back door, at the lock my hand rested on that night. I never asked myself the real question. I never asked myself why I felt the need to lock it in the first place. The lock is a simple deadbolt, brass, worn smooth around the keyhole from use. I stare at it for a long time. I never locked this door during the day. I must have locked it that night after I came in from the bins. The action was so automatic my conscious mind didn't register it, but my body did. My hand remembered the cold metal, the sharp turn of the bolt. The rain has stopped completely now. A weak gray light filters through the clouds. I unlock the door and open it. The air is fresh and damp, smelling of wet earth and crushed leaves. I look at the top step, the one I scrubbed so vigorously. It is clean, just weathered wood. I take a step outside. The gravel of the path is dark and shiny with moisture. I walk slowly, not toward the bridge, but along the edge of my property line that runs parallel to the creek. The grass is long and soaks the cuffs of my pants. I am not looking for anything in particular. I am just walking. I stop where the land begins to slope down toward the water. From here, I have a clear view of the underside of the bridge, the concrete arch that always seems to swallow the light. There is nothing there, just shadows and the steady flow of the creek emerging from the darkness. A flicker of movement catches my eye, not under the bridge, but closer, in the tall grass near my feet. I bend down, pushing the wet blades aside. It is a keychain, a small, cheap thing, a plastic cartoon character whose features are too faded to recognize. It is attached to a single, tarnished key. I do not pick it up. I simply look at it lying there in the damp soil. It could have been there for weeks, for months. It could have fallen from anyone's pocket, a kid from the neighborhood, the mailman, the person who walked the dog. I stand up, my knees aching. I look from the keychain to the bridge, then back toward my house. I calculate the distance. It is feasible that someone walking from the bridge toward the road could have cut across this corner of my property. They could have dropped it without even knowing. I leave it there. I turn and walk back to the house. I do not look back. When I reach the door, I step inside and close it behind me. My hand rests on the lock. This time I do not turn it. I leave the bolt thrown open. A small, deliberate act, an invitation, or perhaps a test. The silence in the kitchen is different now. It is not an absence of sound, but a presence. It is weight and texture. I can feel it pressing against my ears. I pick up the cold coffee mug from the counter. The ceramic is still damp. I rinse it, dry it, and place it back in the cupboard. The routine is a comfort, but the comfort is thin, like a sheet of ice over deep water. I know it now. I am not waiting for the car to return. I am waiting for the consequences of my silence to finally knock on my door, and I have just unlocked it. The rotary dial on the phone is a cold, hard circle under my finger. I do not call anyone. I just stand there with the receiver to my ear, listening to the dull, empty tone. It is the sound of a connection waiting to be made. I hang up. The keychain is still out there. The thought is a small, sharp stone in my shoe. I try to ignore it to move through the rest of the afternoon, but it is there with every step. I fold laundry. I sweep the kitchen floor. The mundane tasks feel like acts of defiance, but a defiance against what I cannot say. As dusk begins to settle, a deep blue seeping into the corners of the sky, I find myself at the window again. This time I do not wait for my eyes to adjust. I look directly at the bridge. The outline of it is crisp against the fading light, and for a moment, just a fraction of a second, I think I see a shape, a darker patch of shadow detaching itself from the others, moving slowly along the creek bank. It is probably just the way the light is hitting the trees. It is probably nothing. But my heart is hammering. The unlocked door behind me feels like an open mouth. I do not turn around. I do not go to lock it. I force myself to stand still to keep watching. The shape, if it was ever there, is gone. The ordinary sounds of the evening return one by one. A bird calling, the distant hum of a car on the main road. I realize I have been asking the wrong questions all along. I have been focused on the car, the light, the mud. I have been trying to solve a puzzle that was never mine to solve. The real question is not what happened out there. The real question is what happened in here to me. Why I chose to scrub away the evidence. Why I lied about a cooking show. Why I let the plastic bag twitch in the current until it was gone. The creek-esque voice is louder now, a steady rush that seems to be speaking directly to me. It does not offer comfort or answers. It just says the same thing over and over. You were there, you were there, you were there. I take a deep breath. The air in the room is stale. I walk away from the window across the kitchen and I open the back door wide. The cool evening air flows in, carrying the scent of night-blooming flowers. I step out onto the porch and sit on the top step, the same step I once scrubbed raw. I look toward the creek, toward the bridge, toward the spot where I found the keychain. I do not try to hide. I just sit there in the open and wait for the night to settle around me. I am not sure what I am waiting for anymore. Perhaps I am just finally ready to see what happens next. The footsteps are not loud, but I hear them. A soft crunch on the gravel path that leads from the road down toward the creek. They are slow, measured, not the hurried pace of someone taking a shortcut home. I do not turn my head. I keep my eyes fixed on the dark line of the trees across the water, but my whole being is focused on the sound behind me. The footsteps stop. I can feel a presence at the edge of my yard, just beyond the circle of dim light from the kitchen window. The silence stretches, thin and tight. A mosquito whines near my ear, but I do not swat it away. Then a voice, low and hesitant. I'm sorry to bother you. It is a man's voice, rough, as if from disuse. I finally turn. He is standing at the end of my walkway, just a silhouette against the darker night. He is tall, his shoulders slumped. I cannot see his face. I think I lost something, he says. A key. It's on a little chain. Have you seen it? My mouth is dry. The words form slowly. I might have. He takes a single step forward, and a sliver of light from the house catches the side of his face. He is younger than I expected, with tired eyes. He is just a man. He is just a man who lost a key. It's not far from here, I say, and my own voice sounds strange to me. I point toward the slope where the grass meets the creek bank. Over there. He nods, a quick, grateful gesture. Thank you. He moves past me, his steps careful on the damp grass. I watch him go. I watch him kneel down where I had knelt, his hands searching in the dark. I see him pause, then stand up. He has it. He walks back toward me, but he does not come all the way to the porch. He stops a few yards away, holding up the small, dark object. Thank you, he says again. It's the only one I have. I just nod. He hesitates as if he wants to say more. His eyes drift past me toward the bridge, and for a moment his face changes, a shadow of something painful passing over it. Then he looks back at me. "Quiet out here," he says. "Yes, I say it is." He gives a final, slight nod and turns, walking back up the path toward the road. His footsteps fade away. I listen until there is only the sound of the creek again. I sit on the step for a long time after he is gone. The night is full of ordinary sounds. I think about the key in his hand. I think about the look on his face when he glanced at the bridge. The pieces are still there, but they feel different now. They feel less like clues and more like fragments of a story that belongs to someone else. A story I briefly touched but did not change. I look at the unlocked door, then out at the dark, familiar shape of the bridge. For the first time, the silence feels like my own. The plastic bag is back. It has snagged on a different branch, fluttering in the breeze like a tired flag. I notice it from the porch step, and I don't feel surprised. It was always going to come back. Some things just do. I go inside eventually. The night air has chilled me to the bone. I lock the door behind me, the bolt sliding home with a solid, final sound. It doesn't feel like fear anymore. It feels like a choice. In the morning, I call the police, not the emergency line, but the general number. I tell the officer who answers that I have some information, that it is probably nothing, about a car I saw parked under the bridge on Cypress Creek Road weeks ago. I give the date I remember. My voice is calm, steady. I do not mention the mud on my step. I do not mention the keychain. I simply report a car. The officer thanks me. He says they'll make a note of it. He doesn't sound particularly interested, and I am glad. I have done my part. It is a small thing, but it is enough. I hang up the phone and look around my quiet kitchen. The sun is shining outside, dappling the floor through the window. I can hear the creek, its constant murmuring flow. I understand its language a little better now. It doesn't speak of answers. It speaks of persistence. It speaks of moving on, carrying whatever it must, leaving some things behind and picking up others, on forever. I put the kettle on for tea. I will not go to the window tonight, or if I do, it will be to look at the stars, not the bridge. The car is gone. The man is gone. The plastic bag will eventually tear loose again and continue its journey downstream. And I am here in my kitchen, waiting for the water to boil. The story is not over, but my chapter in it is. I turn away from the window and get a mug from the cupboard. The simple, solid weight of it in my hand feels real. It feels like now. The tea is too hot, so I let it sit on the counter, a thin wisp of steam curling toward the ceiling. I open the back door again, not to look for anything, but just to let the morning in. The air smells of cut grass from somewhere down the road. I see the plastic bag, its frantic dance already slowing as the breeze dies down. It is just a bag. It means nothing. Later, I go to the library. I don't look for mystery novels. I find a book on local birds and another on the history of the creek. When I check them out, the librarian smiles at me, a normal, everyday smile. I smile back. That night, I do look out the window, but only for a moment. The bridge is a solid, dark shape against a sky full of stars. It looks smaller than I remember. I close the curtains and go to bed. I sleep through the night, and if I dream, I do not remember it. The next Sunday, I walk by the creek again. This time, I don't scan the ground for clues. I watch the water striders skimming the surface, their legs making tiny dimples in the current. I listen to the rustle of leaves in the canopy above. I walk all the way to the park at the end of the path and back. My feet are tired when I get home, a good, honest tiredness. The phone rings a few days later. It is the police. The officer says they just wanted to follow up to thank me for my call. They had a missing person report from that night, a young woman from the next town over. My information about the car under the bridge, it helped them close the file. She was found, he says, safe and sound. She had just needed some time away. I thank him for telling me. We hang up. I stand in my quiet kitchen, the receiver warm in my hand. I look at the back door at the lock, then I walk over and I unlock it. I leave it that way. The story is not mine, and it never was. It was just a story that passed by my window for a little while. Now it is gone. The following week, I finally clean out the garage. It is a job I've put off for years. I pull out boxes of old clothes and stacks of newspapers meant for recycling. In the back, behind a rusty bicycle, I find the old camping lantern I thought I'd lost. I test it, and it still works, casting a strong, clear beam. That evening, I take the lantern and walk down to the creek. I don't go far, just to the water's edge. I point the beam across the dark, flowing surface. The light catches the eyes of a frog on the opposite bank before it plops into the water. I sweep the light over the bridge, and for the first time it holds no mystery for me. It is just concrete and shadow. I turn off the lantern and stand in the dark, letting my eyes adjust. The world is made of sounds again, the creek and the crickets. I walk back to the house, the gravel crunching softly under my feet. I go inside and place the lantern on a shelf by the door, a tool, not a weapon. The seasons turn, the leaves change and fall, and the creek runs high with spring rain. I hardly think about that autumn anymore. It becomes a story I tell myself sometimes, not with fear, but with a kind of quiet wonder at the strange paths a mind can walk down when it is left alone in the quiet for too long. I am in the garden pulling weeds when a car I don't recognize slows on the road. It doesn't stop. Just slows for a moment, then continues on its way. I watch it go, my hands shaded over my eyes. I feel nothing but a faint curiosity about where it might be headed. Then I go back to my weeding, the sun warm on my back, the dirt rich and dark under my fingers. The past is finally where it belongs, not forgotten but settled. And the world, for now, is exactly as it should be. The tea has gone cold again, but I drink it anyway, the bitterness a sharp, present sensation on my tongue. I finish weeding the flower bed, the roots coming up with a satisfying pull, leaving dark, damp holes in the soil. I stand and stretch, my back protesting slightly. The plastic bag is still there, but now it is just a white speck against the green, a part of the scenery. I don't feel the need to watch it. I go inside and wash the dirt from my hands. The water runs brown, then clear. I look at my reflection in the window over the sink. My face is my own, familiar and calm. The silence in the house is no longer a thing to be listened to. It is simply the absence of noise I do not feel like making. Later, I take my book on local birds and sit on the porch. A sparrow lands on the path, pecking at something invisible. I watch it for a while, then look back to my page. The afternoon stretches out, long and uneventful. The sun moves across the sky. Shadows lengthen. When I glance up again, the plastic bag is gone. The branch is empty, swaying lightly in the breeze. I didn't see it tear loose. I didn't see it float away. It just left, and I happened to notice its absence. I feel a small, quiet sense of completion, like a sentence that has finally found its period. I close my book and go inside to make dinner. The simple rituals of chopping vegetables and boiling water fill the kitchen with warmth and good smells. I eat at the small table by the window, watching the light fade. The bridge is just a shape, the creek just a sound. They have returned to what they always were, before I started giving them meanings they never asked for. I wash the single plate and fork, dry them, and put them away. The house is tidy. The lock on the door is a practical thing, not a symbol. I think about the man with the key, and I hope he found whatever lock it opened. I think about the woman who needed time away, and I hope she found what she was looking for. Their stories have moved on, and so has mine. I turn out the kitchen light and walk down the hall to my bedroom. The floorboards creak their familiar creaks. Outside, the creek mumbles its endless, gentle story. I listen for a moment before getting into bed. It doesn't sound like a question anymore. It just sounds like a creek running water over stones on its way to somewhere else. The next morning I wake to the sound of rain, a steady, gentle patter on the roof. It is a comforting sound. I make coffee and watch it fall, washing the dust from the leaves and adding its own voice to the creaks. The world feels clean. I spend the day indoors, reading the book on creek history I borrowed from the library. I learn that this waterway has had many names, and that the bridge was built nearly a century ago by a crew of men whose names are forgotten. I learn about the fish that used to teem in its depths and the mills that once stood along its banks. The creek has seen more than I can imagine, and it has forgotten most of it. When the rain stops in the late afternoon, I put on my boots and go for a walk. The path is muddy and slick, and the air is thick with the smell of wet earth. I walk all the way to the bridge this time, and I don't hesitate. I walk right up to the concrete arch and lay a hand on its rough, damp surface. It is cold and solid, just a bridge. I look into the darkness beneath it. There are no secrets there, only shadows and the steady drip of water from the mossy stones. A crayfish scuttles over the pebbles in the shallow water, going about its business. I turn and walk back home. The man with the key does not return. The strange car does not reappear. The days fold into one another, each one much like the last, and I find a deep contentment in their sameness. I plant flowers by the porch. I finally fix the loose step. Sometimes when I'm sitting outside in the evening, I hear a car slow on the road behind me. I don't turn around. I just listen to the sound of its engine fading into the distance, carrying its own story to some other place. I take a sip of my tea and look up at the first stars of the night, feeling the vast, quiet peace of it all settle deep within my bones. The creek murmurs on, and I am no longer listening for an answer. I'm just listening. The following week, I finally get around to cleaning the gutters. The ladder is steady against the house, and the work is simple, repetitive. I scoop out the damp, decaying leaves, feeling the sun on the back of my neck. From this height, I can see over the roof of my house, all the way to the creek and the bridge beyond. They are just features of the landscape, no more significant than the old oak tree in my neighbor's yard. I finish the job and climb down, my knees a little stiff. As I am folding the ladder, a movement catches my eye. Down by the creek, a woman is walking a dog, a golden retriever that bounds happily through the shallow water. She laughs as it shakes itself dry, the sound carrying clearly on the still air. I watch them for a moment, a perfect, ordinary scene. Then I carry the ladder back to the garage. That night I dream of the creek, but it is not a dream of fear. I am floating on my back, carried by the current, watching the stars wheel overhead. The water is cool and supportive, and the sound it makes is a kind of music. I wake feeling rested, the melody of the dream still lingering in my mind. I decide to bake a cake I haven't baked in years. The kitchen fills with the warm, sweet smell of chocolate, and I don't think about anything except the measurements and the timing. When it's done, I cut a large slice and eat it standing by the sink, not even bothering with a plate. It is delicious. The phone rings. It's my sister, calling from across the country. We talk for an hour about nothing in particular, her children, her job, the book she is reading. I tell her I cleaned the gutters and baked a cake. She says it sounds nice. It was. After we hang up, I realize I never once thought about telling her about the keychain or the car or the man. Those events have receded, losing their sharp edges, becoming just a part of the past, no more dramatic than cleaning gutters. I water the flowers I planted by the porch. They are starting to bloom, little bursts of blue and yellow against the green. The plastic bag has never returned. I suppose it finally made it to the river, or maybe it caught in some other tree, in some other person's view. It doesn't matter. I sit on the step, the same step, and listen to the evening. The creek-esque voice is constant, a soft background hum to the chorus of crickets. I don't try to decipher it anymore. I just accept it as part of the music of this place, a music I am now once again a part of. The air is cool, and the first fireflies of the evening blink in the gathering dusk. I stay there until the last light is gone, perfectly still and perfectly at peace. The next day I find another plastic bag, a different one, caught in the same bush. I look at it for a long moment, then I walk down and carefully pull it free. It has just a grocery bag, wet and limp in my hand. I ball it up and take it inside to put with the recycling. The world will always leave its litter, and I will always pick it up. It is just a thing that needs doing. A letter arrives in the mail with no return address. For a second, my heart does a little stutter, but then I see it as just an advertisement for a new satellite television service. I drop it into the recycling bin with the bag. I decide to paint the kitchen. I choose a color called Sunshine, a soft, pale yellow. It takes me 2 days, and the smell of fresh paint fills the house. When I am done, the room feels new, and the morning light seems to linger in it longer. I hang a picture on the wall, a print of a landscape I've always liked. It has a river in it, but it doesn't look like my creek. I am in the hardware store buying a new doormat when I see him, the man with the key. He is at the end of the aisle looking at light bulbs. He looks older, or maybe just more tired. He hasn't seen me. I could turn and walk away. Instead, I push my cart forward. When I am a few feet away, he looks up. His eyes meet mine, and for a moment there is no recognition. Then it dawns, a slow, quiet understanding. He gives me a small, cautious nod. I nod back, hello, I say. Hello, he says. His voice is the same, rough but quiet. We stand there for a moment in the bright, fluorescent light of the store. The air smells of rubber and metal. Found a use for that key, I ask. The question feels both incredibly bold and perfectly natural. He looks down at his hands on the cart handle, then back at me. Yeah, he says, it was for a storage unit, my sister's things. I finally cleared it out. I just nod. I don't need to know any more than that. He looks at the doormat in my cart, a simple coir one. That's a good one, he says. Lasts a long time. I hope so, I say. He gives another nod, this one final. Take care, he says, and he pushes his cart past me toward the checkout. I watch him go, and then I turn back to the shelves. I choose my light bulbs, pay for my things, and drive home. The encounter feels like finding a missing piece from a puzzle I had already put away. It doesn't change the picture, it just confirms that it's complete. I put the new mat outside my front door. It fits perfectly. I stand on it for a moment, looking out at the road, the trees, the sky. Then I go inside to my yellow kitchen. The creek is running, the sun is shining, and the day is waiting for me to fill it. So I do. The rain returns a few days later, a soft, gray drizzle that mutes the colors of the garden. I watch it from the kitchen window while my coffee brews, its rich scent cutting through the damp air. I think about the man from the hardware store, and I feel a faint ripple of something that isn't curiosity or worry, but something closer to kinship. We are all just sorting through our own storage units, trying to find space for the things we carry. I spend the morning writing letters, real letters on paper, to a few old friends I've lost touch with. The pen moves smoothly, the words coming easily. I tell them about the new color in my kitchen and the flowers by the porch. I do not write about the bridge. In the afternoon, the rain lets up. I put on my jacket and walk out to the mailbox to post the letters. The metal flag makes a sharp, satisfying click when I raise it. On my way back to the house, I notice that another plastic bag has caught in the bush by the creek. This one is blue. I look at it and I smile a little. It is just a bag, and I am just a woman looking at it. The world is full of such trivial, persistent things. I go inside and do not give it another thought. The evening passes with a book and the quiet hum of the refrigerator. When I go to bed, I leave the window open a crack. The sound of the rain starting again is the last thing I hear, a gentle tapping that asks for nothing and promises nothing, a sound that simply is. And that I find is more than enough. The fog is thick the next morning, a soft white blanket that muffles the world. I can hear the creek, but I cannot see it. I make my tea and carry it to the porch, the warmth of the mug a small anchor in the damp air. The fog feels like a kindness, hiding the familiar views and making everything new for a little while. I decide to drive into town for groceries. The world outside my car is a series of vague shapes that resolve slowly into trees and mailboxes as I pass. At the store, I move through the aisles with a sense of purpose, filling my cart with the week's necessities. In the produce section, I see the librarian from the town library. She is weighing a bag of apples. She looks up and recognizes me, offering the same normal, everyday smile. We chat for a moment about the weather, about the unseasonable fog. It is icy and unforced. On the drive home, the fog begins to burn away, patches of brilliant blue showing through. By the time I pull into my driveway, the sun is strong, and the last tendrils of mist are retreating into the shadows beneath the trees. The blue bag is gone from the bush, as if the fog took it with it when it left. I put the groceries away. The kitchen is bright and quiet. I realize then that I have stopped waiting for something to happen. The expectation itself has evaporated. The story I thought was lurking at the edges of my life has truly ended, not with a climax, but with a slow, gentle exhalation. That evening I sit on the step and listen. The creek is there, the crickets are there, the stars are there. I am here. It is all so simple. The air is cool on my skin and the solid wood of the step is beneath me. I go inside when I feel like it and I sleep deeply. In the morning there is only sunlight in the day and the quiet, reliable world. The following Thursday the mail brings a postcard. It is from my sister, a picture of a mountain she visited on her vacation. On the back, she has written a few lines about the clean air and the steep trails. I prop it up on the windowsill above the sink, a splash of color in the yellow room. I decide to clear the small patch of brush at the edge of my property where the woods begin. The work is hard and physical, the pull of the roots a satisfying resistance. As I am hauling a bundle of branches to the pile, my boot catches on something half buried in the leaf litter. I bend down and pull it free. It has a keychain, but not the one from before. This one is shaped like a tiny fish made of tarnished metal. It is old, and there is no key attached. I turn it over in my palm. It is just a thing, lost by some child on a walk or fallen from a hiker's pocket. I don't feel a story gathering around it. I don't feel a mystery. I put it in my pocket and go back to work. Later, I wash the fish keychain under the tap, rubbing the dirt from its scales. It shines dully. I don't know what to do with it, so I drop it into the old ceramic bowl on the hall table where I keep loose change and forgotten buttons. It settles among the pennies and the lint, just another small, lost object that has found its way to a temporary home. I make myself a simple dinner and eat it while listening to the radio. A talk show host is interviewing a historian about forgotten towns. I listen with half an ear, more interested in the taste of the food than the words. After I wash the dishes, I take a walk, not down to the creek, but up the road, past the houses of neighbors I barely know. Their windows glow with warm, separate lights. When I return, the house is dark and quiet. I turn on a single lamp. The keychain sits in its bowl unnoticed. I pick up a book and read until my eyes grow heavy. The story is about people in a different country with problems I cannot imagine. It is a good story. It is someone else's. Before I go to bed, I check the lock on the door out of habit. It is secure. I look out the window at the dark shape of the bridge under the moonlight. It is just a bridge. I am just a woman. The night is just the night, and that is all. It is everything. Story 5. The red glow of the safe light bathed the dark room in an eerie warmth, the only sound the gentle slosh of chemicals in their trays. I carefully lifted the developed print, watching the familiar scene of my family picnic materialize from the emulsion. Everyone was there, frozen in laughter under the summer sun, but as I traced each face with my fingertip, I paused. My breath caught in my throat. There, nestled between my brother and cousin, was a stranger smiling back at me, his features crisp and clear as if he had always belonged. The room seemed to grow colder, the silence now heavy with unspoken questions. The smell of the fixer is always the first thing. Sharp, acidic, a scent that clings to the back of the throat. It's the smell of making things permanent, of locking a moment onto paper so it can fade. I remember thinking that before. A flash of green, the scratchy wool of the blanket, my mother's hand waving away a fly. The sun was a white hole in a blue sky. Someone said, "Don't squint." I remember the weight of the camera in my hands, the cool metal of the viewfinder against my brow. The print is still in my hand, the stranger is still there. He is wearing a light-colored shirt. His hair is neat. His smile is not a full smile, it's just a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth, as if he knows a secret, as if he is pleased with the composition. I recall the weight, but not of the camera, a different weight, a pressure on the edge of the blanket. I was at the end. I remember shifting over, making room. The grass was damp there, a cool seep through the wool. I thought someone had brought a guest, a friend of my brother's maybe. I didn't look directly. I was fiddling with the camera's settings. My brother's voice a fragment. Who was that? The rest is static. Or maybe it was the wind in the trees, a sudden gust that stole the words. I have a memory of looking up, of seeing the back of a head, of someone walking away toward the line of trees at the edge of the field. Was that before the photo? After? In the dark room, the red light makes everything feel like a dream, or a memory. The lines are so blurry. I look at the stranger's hands. They are resting on his knees. They are clean, empty. I remember a hand, not in the photo, a hand reaching for the pitcher of lemonade. The pitcher was beaded with condensation. A finger tapping the side, tap, 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 a patient sound. I remember the sound more than the hand. I remember the sound and the feeling of the sun on my neck, suddenly too hot. I have other photos from that day, a series. I developed them last week. The first one is just us, the family. The next one, the one in my hand now, has him in it. The third one is blurry, as if the camera was jostled, as if I was startled. There is no fourth one. I must have stopped taking pictures. My mother's face in the photo. She is looking at my father, laughing. She is not looking at the stranger. No one is looking directly at him. They are all looking past him or at each other. As if he is a post, they rearrange themselves around, as if he is not there at all. But he is there, he is more than there. He is the sharpest thing in the photograph. His face is in perfect focus. Every detail is clear. My brother's face is slightly soft. My cousin's is half in shadow, but the stranger is crisp, as if the lens loved him best. I tried to remember setting the focus. The split circle in the viewfinder, twisting the ring until the edges snapped into clarity. What did I focus on? The old oak tree in the distance, my mother's smile. I always focus on the eyes, so whose eyes did I focus on? The darkroom is small, the walls are close. The slosh of the chemicals is the only sound. It sounds like water lapping at a shore, a quiet, patient sound. A memory of walking back to the house. The light was failing, the sky turning a bruised purple. The air was cool. I was carrying the blanket. It was heavier than it should have been. damp. I remember the smell of wet wool and cut grass and something else. A faint, sweet smell, like cologne, not a cologne anyone in my family wears. I asked about him later, I must have. My brother said, "What man?" My mother said, "You and your imagination." My father just looked at me, his head tilted, and said nothing at all. The conversation feels like it happened through a thick pane of glass. Muffled, distant. Did it happen? Or did I just think about asking? The more I pull at the thread, the more the whole memory unravels, a sweater coming apart in my hands. I look at the photo again. I look at the space between my brother and my cousin. In my memory, that space was empty. I remember the green of the blanket between them. I remember a basket of rolls sitting there. But in the photo, there are no rolls. There is a man. His smile is not a friendly smile. I see that now. It has a smile of ownership. A smile that says, "I belong here." It says, "You just didn't see me." The red light pulses. It has not a safe light. It has a warning light. It has the light that fills a room when your eyes are closed tight, when you are trying to hide. It has the color of something held behind your lids. I have this other memory, a feeling really, a sense of being watched, not from the woods, from beside me, from right there on the blanket, a stillness where there should have been the familiar rustle and shift of family, a pocket of cold in the warm air. I put the photograph into the wash tray. The water swirls, a tiny vortex over his face. I watch him submerged. He doesn't dissolve. He is fixed. He is permanent. The smell of the chemicals is so strong now. It is in my clothes, in my hair. It is the smell of making things permanent, of bringing things to light. But what if you develop something that was never meant to be seen? What if the negative held a secret the world wasn't ready for? What if I wasn't ready for it? I lift the print from the water. I hang it up to dry. The water drips from the corner, a slow, rhythmic beat onto the tray below. Tap, tap, tap. The red glow of the safe light bathes the dark room. The stranger in the photograph smiles his slight, knowing smile. And I cannot remember if I took the picture at all, or if I am simply the one who developed it. I cannot remember if I was ever behind the camera, or if I was always only in front of it, waiting for the shutter to click. I reached for the negative, my fingers trembling as I held it up to the red light. The inversion of reality made the scene even more alien. The summer sky was black, the faces were pale ghosts, and the stranger was a dark, solid shape among them. He was a void in the negative, a silhouette that drank the light. I traced his outline with my nail. There were no jagged edges, no telltale signs of a double exposure. He was baked into the original film, a fundamental part of the moment. The darkroom door was closed, but I had the sudden, certain feeling that it was no longer locked, that the latch had somehow been turned from the outside. The air, always still and heavy, now carried a faint, sweet scent. It was the cologne from my memory, the one that didn't belong to anyone in my family. It was here in this sealed room with me. I looked back at the drying print. The water had beaded on its surface, and a single drop clung to the stranger's eye, magnifying it, making it seem as if he were watching me through a tear. The drop fell, and the eye was clear again, focused, knowing. My own reflection was a ghost in the black glass of the drying line. I looked pale, my eyes wide and hollow. Behind my reflection, the photograph hung. And in the red light, for a single heart-stopping second, I saw his head had turned, just a fraction. His smile was now directed not at the family, but at me, the one outside the frame, the one holding the print. I backed away, my shoulder brushing against the cold metal shelf. A bottle of developer tipped over, its contents spilling across the counter in a dark, acrid wave. I didn't try to stop it. I fumbled for the doorknob, my hands slick with sweat. The metal was cold. I turned it and stumbled out into the harsh, unforgiving light of the hallway, slamming the door shut behind me. I stood there, breathing heavily, the normal world a shocking assault after the red darkroom glow. But the smell followed me, that faint, sweet cologne. It was in the hallway too, and from behind the darkroom door I heard it. A sound so soft I almost convinced myself it was the house settling. The gentle, patient slosh of chemicals in a tray, back and forth, as if someone was in there developing another print. I leaned against the hallway wall, the cool plaster a stark contrast to the heat of my skin. The ordinary sight of the family photos lining the wall opposite graduations, vacations, birthdays felt like a mockery. Their frozen smiles were lies now. I could hear my father's television program droning from the living room, a familiar cadence of laughter and applause. Normalcy was just a thin veneer, and it was cracking. I had to know. I pushed myself away from the wall and walked on unsteady legs to the living room. My father was in his armchair, the blue light of the screen flickering across his glasses. He didn't look up. My mother was on the sofa, mending a tear in one of my brother's shirts. "Mom," I said, my voice too high, too tight. "The picnic, the one by the old oak tree." She looked up, her needle pausing. "What about it, dear? That was a lovely day." "The man," I pressed, "the one who was there, who was he?" Her forehead creased in a gentle, patronizing confusion. "What man? It was just us, honey. You, your brother, your cousin, your father, and me." She returned to her mending, the needle pushing through the fabric with a soft whisper. "You were always so focused on that camera. You probably saw a shadow and your imagination did the rest." My father shifted in his chair, his eyes still glued to the television. "Leave it be," he murmured, not to me, but to the room in general. "It's not important." But it was the only thing that was important. I looked at their faces, so placid, so certain. They had built a wall around that day, a wall of agreed-upon facts, and my question was a chisel I wasn't strong enough to wield. I turned and went upstairs to my old bedroom, the one that still held my childhood things. The photo album was in the bottom drawer of my desk, under a stack of old-school notebooks. I pulled it out, the faux leather cover cool and dusty. I found the page for that summer. There were other pictures from the picnic, the ones I'd taken before, us setting up the blanket, my brother kicking a soccer ball. They were all there, crisp and clear. And then I turned the page to the one that mattered. It was the same photograph, the one hanging in the darkroom. My family, the oak tree, the blanket, and the stranger. His slight smile was just as I remembered it from the print. He had always been here in this album on this page, smiling out from between my brother and my cousin for years. I had looked at this album 12 times, 100 times. I had never seen him before. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. I closed the album, my hands shaking. The faint, sweet smell of cologne was in the room here, too, clinging to the old comforter on the bed. It was getting stronger. Downstairs, the television was silent. The house was too quiet. I knew then that I had to go back to the darkroom. I had to see if the print was dry. I had to see if his head had turned any further. The thought filled me with a cold, liquid dread, but a stronger pull, a need to know, was drawing me back down the stairs. The hallway was empty. The darkroom door was still closed. From behind it, the sloshing had stopped. Now there was only a dry, scraping sound, like a nail slowly dragging across the surface of the photograph. The scraping stopped the moment my hand touched the cold brass of the doorknob. The hallway was a tunnel, the only sound my own ragged breathing. The sweet cologne was so thick here it was a taste on my tongue, cloying and wrong. I turned the knob. The door swung inward on silent hinges. The red safe light was dead. The room was pitch black, a deeper darkness than any night. The smell of spilled developer was overwhelming, but underneath it was that other scent, the one that didn't belong. I fumbled for the wall switch, my fingers brushing against the rough plaster. The main light buzzed to life, a harsh, fluorescent glare that made me wince. The darkroom was a mess. The spilled developer had pooled on the floor, a dark stain creeping towards the baseboards. The trays were overturned, but the print was still hanging on the line. It was dry, and it had changed. The stranger was no longer looking at the family. His whole body was turned now, facing the front of the photograph as if he had just stepped out of the scene and towards the camera, towards me. His smile was wider, more a baring of teeth than an expression of joy. His eyes were dark pits, and in them I could see a tiny, reflected point of light, a red point, the safe light. I took a step closer, my shoes sticking to the wet floor. The photograph was the only thing untouched by the mess. It was pristine. I reached out a hand, not to touch it, but to point, to confirm the impossible angle of his body. My fingertip was an inch from the paper when his hand, in the photograph, moved. It was a small movement, a twitch of the index finger resting on his knee. Then the finger lifted, slowly, deliberately. It curled, beckoning me forward. A coldness seized my lungs. I could not breathe. I could not look away. The finger uncurled and pointed, not at me, but past me, towards the door I had just come through. From the hallway I heard a floorboard creak, then another, a slow, steady tread moving away from the darkroom. The smell of cologne grew stronger for a moment, a wave passing through the room, and then it began to fade as if its source was moving down the hall. I stood frozen, caught between the thing in the photograph and the thing in my house. The print was still again. The stranger was back in his original position, nestled between my brother and my cousin, his slight, secret smile perfectly restored, as if nothing had happened, as if it had all been a trick of the light, a tremor in my hand. But on the floor leading from the darkroom door into the hallway was a trail of damp footprints. They were not mine. The footprints were small, with a distinct pattern on the sole, something geometric that I did not recognize. They glistened under the hallway light, slowly fading as the moisture evaporated. I followed them, my own feet moving without any conscious decision from my mind. They led me past the living room. The television was on again, a low murmur. My father was still in his chair, but he was sitting upright, his head tilted as if listening to a distant sound. He did not look at me as I passed. The footprints went down the hall and turned into the kitchen. The linoleum floor was clean and dry. The trail had ended. The only thing out of place was the back door. It was slightly ajar, the night air whispering through the crack. I walked to it and looked out into the moonlit yard. The grass was silvered and still. Nothing moved. I pushed the door shut, the click of the latch echoing in the quiet house. When I turned around, my father was standing in the kitchen doorway. He was watching me, his face a mask of something I couldn't name. It wasn't fear. It was more like resignation. He always liked the smell of Fixer, my father said, his voice a low rasp, said it smelled like truth. I could only stare, my mouth was dry. He wasn't a stranger, my father continued. He looked old, suddenly, older than I had ever seen him. He was my brother, your uncle. He was supposed to be there that day. The world tilted. I had no uncle. I had never had an uncle. He died, my father said, the words flat and heavy. The week before the picnic, we never told you. You were so young, it seemed easier. The kitchen walls felt like they were pressing in. The logic of it was a cold, sickening wave, a ghost in the photograph, a dead man smiling on a picnic blanket. It made a terrible, impossible sense. But the photo, I whispered, he's in the photo. My father's eyes shifted away from me, focusing on something in the middle distance. He wanted to be there. He loved picnics. He ran a hand over his face. I think he just wanted to be included one last time. I thought of the finger beckoning, the turned head, the footprints. This was not the gentle haunting of a fond memory. This was something else. The camera, I said, it saw him. My brother was always stubborn, my father said, and he finally looked at me again. His eyes were full of a profound and weary sadness. He never knew how to leave. From the direction of the darkroom there was a sound. It was the clear, sharp click of a shutter being released. It was followed by a soft, whirring noise, the sound of a film advancing to the next frame. My father flinched, the color drained from his face. He looked not at the door but at me, and in his eyes I saw not just sadness, but a flicker of pure, undiluted fear. "He's not in the past," I said, the realization dawning like a cold sunrise. "He's not trapped in the photograph." My father gave a slow, weary shake of his head. "No," he agreed, his voice barely audible. "He's learning how to use the camera." The whirring sound came again from behind the darkroom door, patient and precise. It was the sound of someone getting ready to take another picture, and I knew with a certainty that froze the blood in my veins that I did not want to be in it. The silence in the kitchen was absolute. The whirring from the darkroom had stopped, but the echo of it seemed to hang in the air between my father and me. He looked down at his hands, then back towards the hallway, a man trapped in a cage of his own making. "I have to see," I said, the words tasting like dust. He didn't try to stop me. He just stood there, a statue of grief and fear, as I walked back down the hall. The darkroom door was still open, the harsh fluorescent light spilling out. Nothing had been tidied. The spill was still there, the trays still overturned. But on the counter, beside the enlarger, was a fresh print. It was still wet, glistening under the light. I didn't want to look. I made myself look. It was a picture of the kitchen. It was taken from this very hallway, looking in through the doorway. The perspective was low, as if the photographer had been crouching. In the photo, my father and I were standing exactly as we had been a moment before. My back was to the camera, my hand still on the back door. My father was in the doorway, his face a pale oval of despair. The image was perfectly focused, the composition unsettlingly expert. And in the bottom left corner of the print, just inside the frame, was a faint, dark smudge. It was the shape of a shoulder, the edge of a sleeve. The photographer had caught their own presence in the shot. I heard a floorboard creak behind me. I spun around. The hallway was empty, but the smell of cologne was back, fresh and strong, and this time it was mixed with the sharp, metallic scent of ozone that follows a lightning strike. I looked back at the print in my hands. The image seemed to be changing, the contrast deepening. My father's figure was beginning to blur, to soften at the edges, as if he were a concept the film was struggling to hold onto. My own image, however, was becoming sharper, more defined, every detail of my fear etched in black and white. A soft click came from inside the darkroom. It was the sound of the enlarger being turned off. Then another sound, a dry, rustling whisper, like paper sliding against paper. I saw it then. The negative carrier was empty. The strip of film that held the original picnic was gone. He wasn't just taking new pictures. He was taking the old ones. He was editing the past, developing a new version of our history, one frame at a time. I dropped the fresh print. It fluttered to the wet floor, landing face up. The image of my fading father stared at the ceiling. I knew then that the next print would be of my own face, and I knew I would look just as lost, just as forgotten. The camera was no longer a tool for capturing memories. It was a tool for erasing them. and he was almost ready for his next subject. I backed away from the darkroom, my eyes fixed on the empty negative carrier. The house felt different, thinner, as if the walls were just painted scenery. I could hear my father still in the kitchen, but his movements were slow, shuffling, like an old recording losing its fidelity. I had to find the albums, all of them. I went to the living room, to the big shelf where my mother kept the chronological history of our lives. I pulled the first heavy book down and opened it. Our wedding, my parents, young and smiling. I turned the page, a vacation to the coast. My father was there, his arm around my mother. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. But in the next album, the one from the year I was 10, I saw it. On a page of Christmas photos, my father was standing by the tree. In one picture, he was clear. In the next, his face was slightly blurred, like the camera had moved. In the third, he was a smudge of color, a vague human shape. By the end of the page, he was gone from the pictures altogether. The tree stood alone in the corner of the frame, the presents piled beneath it with no one to open them. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the pages. I went further back to the oldest album, the one with the black pages and the little white corner mounts. The photos were sepia-toned and stiff. There was my grandfather. There was my grandmother as a young woman, and there were two boys side by side dressed in matching sailor suits. My father and his brother, the brother who died, the brother who was never mentioned. I looked closely at the uncle I never knew. He had my father's eyes, but his smile was different. It was the smile from the picnic photo, slight, knowing, and utterly possessive. A soft thud came from the kitchen. I ran back. My father was sitting at the table, his head in his hands. He looked up as I entered, and his expression was one of pure confusion. "Who are you?" he asked. His voice was faint, rustling like dry leaves. "This is my house. You shouldn't be here." The world dropped out from under me. "Dad, it's me." He blinked, his eyes struggling to focus. "I have a son," he said, more to himself than to me. "I think I have a son, but I can't see his face." From the hallway, the whirring started again, the film advancing. I knew what was happening. He was consolidating his place, removing the competition. He was making the family his own. I looked at my father, who was now staring at his own hands as if he'd never seen them before, and I knew I was next. My memories, my very existence, were hanging by a thread, a negative in a dark room that was no longer mine. I had to get the camera. It was the only thing that mattered now. It was the source. I left my fading father at the table and moved toward the hallway. The darkroom door was still open, a rectangle of pure blackness. The smell of cologne was now so strong it felt solid in my throat. I stopped at the threshold, peering into the absolute dark. A shape moved within it, a deeper black against the black. I heard the quiet click of a latch opening, the film door on the camera. He was loading a new roll. And I knew with a certainty that was both terrifying and clarifying that this new role was for me. He was going to take my picture, and when he developed it, I would be the one who started to fade. I would be the one forgotten at the kitchen table, wondering who I was. The shape in the darkness turned. I couldn't see his eyes, but I could feel them. I could feel the cold glass circle of the lens focusing, composing the shot. I was the subject now. I was the one in the frame, waiting for the shutter to click, waiting to be made permanent or worse, to be erased. He was raising the camera. I had nowhere to run. The only thing left was to see what he saw, to look into the lens as it took everything from me. I did not look away. I stared into the black eye of the lens, my own reflection, a pale ghost superimposed over the glass. I could hear the faint, mechanical sound of the aperture adjusting. He was choosing his settings. He was taking his time. My voice, when I found it, was a stranger-esque, thin and reedy. "Stop." The adjustment ceased. The darkness in the room seemed to pulse. The smell of cologne was in my nose, my mouth, my lungs. It was the smell of the past, a past I was never meant to know. "You're not my uncle," I whispered. "You're just a picture." There was a silence then, deeper than any before. It was the silence of a held breath, of a universe waiting. And then from the darkness, a sound I had not heard before, a low, wet chuckle. It was the sound of mud sucking at a boot, of earth settling on a coffin. The camera did not lower. I could feel his intention like a physical pressure, a needle against my skin. He was going to take the picture. He was going to take me. There was no thought, only instinct. My hand shot out, not towards the camera, but towards the wall beside the door. My fingers found the main light switch and slapped it down. The fluorescent tube flickered, buzzed, and died. It didn't just turn off, it shattered, raining fine glass dust onto my head and shoulders. The darkroom was plunged into an absolute black, a black that felt solid and suffocating. The juggle stopped. I held my breath, my ears straining. There was nothing. No whirring, no clicking, no breathing but my own. The smell of cologne began to recede, pulling back into the darkroom like a retreating tide. I stumbled backward into the hall, my heart hammering. I fumbled for the hallway switch. Light bloomed, ordinary and yellow. I stared into the darkroom. It was just a room again, a messy, chemical-smelling room. The enlarger was there. The trays were overturned. The print of the kitchen was still on the floor, but the presence was gone. The negative carrier was still empty. I turned and ran to the kitchen. My father was still at the table. He looked up as I entered, and for a glorious, heart-lifting second, his eyes were clear. "Michael," he said, my name a question on his lips. Then his face went slack. The confusion returned, deeper this time, final. "I'm sorry," he murmured. "I thought I knew you." He looked down at his hands, then around the kitchen, a lost man in a familiar place. The connection had been severed. The last thread holding him in my world had been cut. I knew then that I had lost. My defiance had not saved him. It had only hurried the process along. He was gone, and I was alone with the silence and the slowly fading scent of a stranger's cologne. I went to the living room and picked up the oldest album, the one with the two boys in sailor suits. I opened it to that page. My father was clear, his young face smiling, but his brother, the boy beside him, was different. He was sharper, more defined, and he was no longer looking at the camera. He was looking at my father, and his slight, secret smile was now a wide, possessive grin. He had what he wanted. He was the only son now. I closed the album. The house was quiet, too quiet. From the direction of the darkroom there was a new sound, a sound that made my blood run cold. It was the gentle, rhythmic sound of a print rocking in a developing tray. He was already developing the next picture, and I knew with a sickening certainty that I was in it, and that when it was done I would be the one everyone forgot. I did not go to the darkroom. I knew what I would find there, and I had no desire to see my own face beginning to soften at the edges. Instead, I walked to the front door and opened it. The morning air was cool and ordinary. A dog barked somewhere down the street. The world was continuing, completely unaware that my father had just forgotten me. I stepped outside and closed the door behind me. The wood felt solid, the brass knob cold and real. I walked down the path to the sidewalk, my legs moving automatically. I didn't know where I was going, I just had to move. I passed a neighbor, Mrs. Gable, who was watering her petunias. She smiled and waved. "Lovely morning, Michael." The sound of my name was a shock. She still knew me. The picture wasn't finished yet. The development wasn't complete. A wild, desperate hope flared in my chest. Maybe it wasn't too late. Maybe I could still stop it. I turned and ran back to the house. I burst through the front door, the slam echoing through the quiet halls. The smell of cologne was gone, replaced by the faint, sterile odor of the darkroom chemicals. I ran to the kitchen. My father's chair was empty. I found him in the living room, standing before the bookshelf. He was holding the oldest album, the one with the sailor suits. He looked up as I entered, and his eyes were vacant. "These are my parents," he said, pointing to the sepia-toned couple. He turned the page. "And this is me. I was an only child, you know." He said it with a quiet, simple conviction. The hope in me curdled and died. He had been rewritten. From down the hall, the rhythmic rocking sound stopped. The print was done. A moment of silence was followed by the soft, slithering sound of paper being lifted from a tray. Then the faint squeak of a clothes peg opening on a line. He was hanging it up to dry. I knew I should run. I should get in my car and drive as far away as I could, but my feet carried me toward the dark room. I had to see. I had to know what was left of me. The darkroom door was open. The light was still out, but the hallway illumination reached inside, painting the scene in long, distorted shadows. The negative carrier was still empty. The developing tray was back in its place, filled with a fresh, pungent solution. And hanging from the line, dripping slowly onto the floor, was a new, glistening print. I stepped closer. It was a picture of the hallway taken from just inside the darkroom door. I was in it, my back to the camera, walking away. My figure was clear, sharply defined. But as my eyes traveled upward, I saw that the top of my head, my hair, was beginning to blur into the background like smoke dissipating into air. The erasure had begun at the edges, a slow, patient consumption. I heard a floorboard creak behind me. I didn't turn. I knew who it was. I could feel him standing there, not as a man, but as a presence, a concentration of will and memory and jealousy. He didn't need a camera to take my picture anymore. He had already taken it. He was just waiting for it to fix. I looked at the photograph of my disappearing self, and I understood the final, terrible truth. He wasn't just stealing our past. He was moving into our future. One by one, he was taking our places, until the family album showed only one son, one brother, one man, him. And in the quiet of the house, I heard the distinct, unmistakable sound of the refrigerator door opening and the soft clink of a milk bottle being set on the kitchen table. He was already making himself at home. The sound was so ordinary, so domestic, that it was more frightening than any ghostly whisper. I walked back to the kitchen. My father was still in the living room with his album. The kitchen was empty. But on the table, where no milk bottle had been just minutes before, stood a glass bottle full of fresh, cold milk. Condensation beaded on its side. I reached out a hand and touched it. It was real. He was making himself real, and in doing so, he was unmaking me. I had to get out. I turned and hurried back to the front door. This time I didn't look back. I got into my car and started the engine. The radio blared to life, a cheerful pop song that felt like a mockery. I turned it off and pulled away from the curb. I drove to the corner store, a place I had been going to for 20 years. Mr. Patel was behind the counter, sorting lottery tickets. He looked up as the bell on the door jingled. "Help you?" he asked, his eyes friendly but devoid of recognition. "It's me, Mr. Patel, Michael. I just need a coffee." He smiled, a generic customer service smile. Of course, large one. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. Yes, large. I paid with a crumpled bill from my pocket. My hand was shaking. As I took the change, our fingers brushed. He didn't flinch. He felt nothing. To him, I was just another stranger. I went back to my car and sat there, the warm cup feeling alien in my hand. I looked at my reflection in the rearview mirror. My face looked the same, but for how long the process had started. It was a poison working its way through the veins of reality, and I was the infection being purged. I had nowhere to go, no one who would remember me for long. I started the car and just drove aimlessly through streets that were becoming less familiar with every passing moment. The landmarks of my life seemed to blur, their significance draining away. That was the park where I learned to ride a bike. Or was it? That was the cinema where I had my first date. I think it was. The details were smudging like a wet photograph. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. I found myself back on my parents' street. I hadn't meant to come back, but my car had taken me here, as if pulled by a failing gravity. I parked across the street and looked at the house. The lights were on in the living room. Through the window I could see my father sitting in his armchair, and standing beside him looking down at the album in his lap was a man. He was tall, with my father's build, and he was wearing a sweater I had never seen before. He placed a hand on my father's shoulder, a gesture of familial comfort. My father looked up and smiled, a relaxed, easy smile I hadn't seen in years. He had a son, the right son. I looked down at my own hands on the steering wheel. They seemed pale, almost translucent. I held them up to the fading light. I could see the faint outline of the street lamp through them. The erasure was not just in the memories of others, it was in my very substance. I got out of the car. I had to see. I had to know if there was anything left of me in that house. I walked up the path and opened the front door. The air inside was warm and smelled of a home-cooked meal, something with herbs and roasting meat, a meal I had not been expected for. My father and the man turned from the album. Their faces were calm, inquiring. "Can we help you?" my father asked. His voice was polite, distant. The man, my uncle, looked at me. His eyes were not hostile, they were empty. There was no triumph in them, no malice. There was simply nothing. I was not a rival to be defeated. I was a blank space, a typo being corrected. I tried to speak, to say my own name, but my throat closed up. Nothing came out. I looked past them at the mirror in the hallway. My reflection was faint, a sketch done in fog. I was becoming a ghost in my own life, a fading negative in a dark room I could no longer enter. I turned and walked away, leaving the door open behind me. I heard it click shut as I reached the sidewalk. I did not look back. There was nothing left for me to see. I walked into the deepening twilight, a man whose story was being edited out of existence, one frame at a time. The world grew quieter, the colors less vivid, as I slowly, quietly began to forget myself. The streetlights flickered on, one by one, casting long, wavering shadows that seemed to avoid me. I walked without direction, my footsteps making no sound on the pavement. The world had become a silent film, and I was an extra fading into the background. I tried to remember my mother's face, but her features swam in my mind, indistinct and merging with the faces of strangers I passed in the dim light. I found myself at the edge of the town park, a place I had played in as a child. The swings moved gently in the night breeze, creaking. I sat on a bench, the cold wood feeling insubstantial beneath me. I closed my eyes and tried to grasp a solid memory, any memory. My first day of school, the smell of chalk and glue, my father's hand, large and warm, letting go of mine. But the memory shifted. The hand was no longer my father's, it was thinner, the grip firmer, the skin cooler. The face looking down at me was the young man from the photograph, my uncle. He smiled that knowing smile. "It's going to be all right," he said in a voice I had never heard, but that felt immediately familiar, a lie that had been waiting my whole life to be told. I opened my eyes. The park was empty. The swings were still. A profound loneliness settled over me, not the loneliness of being alone, but the loneliness of being undone. I looked at my arm resting on the back of the bench. I could see the grain of the wood through my skin. A car drove by slowly, its headlights cutting through the gloom. For a moment I was illuminated in its beam. I felt a sudden, sharp pull, a sensation of being stretched thin like taffy. The car passed and the darkness returned, feeling heavier than before. I knew then that I couldn't stay out here. I was tethered to the house, to the album, to the dark room. I was part of its story, and stories have to end somewhere. I stood up, my body feeling light and hollow. I began the walk back, not as a son returning home, but as a lost chapter drifting back to its book. The house was dark except for a single light in the upstairs window, my father's bedroom. My father's bedroom, I corrected myself. It was his house now. I stood on the lawn looking up. The curtain was drawn, but I could see the shadow of two figures moving behind it, a ritual of bedtime of father and son. The front door was locked. I didn't have my keys. I didn't need them. I reached for the knob and my hand passed through it, a sensation like pushing through cold water. I stepped through the door into the hallway. The house was different. The pictures on the walls were the same frames, but the images inside had changed. A family vacation showed my father and the man fishing. A graduation portrait showed the man in a cap and gown. My mother was in some of them, her arm linked with his, her smile bright and directed at him. I was nowhere. I walked to the living room. The albums were still on the shelf. I pulled out the one from my childhood, the one that had once held my birthday parties, my school plays. I opened it. The pages were full, but the boy in the pictures had my uncle's eyes, his slight smile. He was the one blowing out the candles, receiving the diploma, holding my mother's hand. He had not just taken my future, he had stolen my past, photoshopping himself into every memory. I let the album drop to the floor. It made no sound. I turned and faced the darkroom door. It was closed. A faint amber safe light glowed from the crack beneath it. I moved toward it, my form barely disturbing the air. I passed through the door. The room was tidy now. The trays were clean. The enlarger was dusted. The negative carrier was filled, and on the line, hanging perfectly dry, was the final print. It was the picture of the hallway, but now it was empty. The blurred figure that had been me was gone completely. The hallway was just a hallway, waiting for its real occupants. The camera sat on the counter, a sleek black object. The lens cap was off. I looked into the lens, and this time I saw nothing at all. No reflection, no ghost, just an empty circle of glass. From the kitchen I heard the familiar, comforting sound of the kettle whistling. A chair scraped back. Then his voice, the new son, called out, "Dad, tea's ready." My father's voice, warm and clear, answered from upstairs, "Coming, son." I stood in the darkroom as the sounds of a family living their life echoed around me. I felt a final, gentle unraveling. The last of my thoughts softened, losing their shape. The memory of my own name dissolved into a quiet hum and then into silence. I was not, and the house at last was at peace. The humming in the air stopped. The faint chemical smell that had always lingered in the darkroom was gone, replaced by the simple scent of clean, still air. I was a whisper trapped between the walls, a forgotten exposure. I could feel the house settling around me, its history recalibrated, its weight distributed properly now that the imbalance of my existence had been corrected. Through the wall I heard the clink of teacups and the murmur of easy conversation. Their voices were a low, pleasant drone, the sound of a story that had reached its correct and satisfying conclusion. There was no room in that story for me. There never had been. I was a rough draft, a flawed composition, and he was the final, perfect print. A final, clear thought formed in the dissolving ether of my mind. The negative, the one he had taken of me, it was still in the carrier. If it existed, then some part of me must still exist. It was an anchor, a single point of reality holding me to this world. I focused every fading shred of my will on the enlarger. The negative carrier was a small, black rectangle. I tried to push it, to slide it open, but my effort was like a breeze against stone. I had no purchase on the physical world anymore. Then a shadow fell across the door. He stood there, not looking at me, but at the enlarger. He understood my last, desperate thought. He walked over, his movements calm and proprietary. He placed his hand on the negative carrier, his fingers firm and real. He did not look at me as he spoke, his voice quiet and matter-of-fact. A copy of a copy, he said. It loses something every time. He slid the carrier open. He did not remove the negative with care. He pinched it between his thumb and forefinger, lifted it to the dim safe light, and examined it for a moment. On the strip of film, I could see the tiny, ghostly image of my own face, a pale mask of surprise. He held it over the open sink. With his other hand, he picked up a pair of heavy metal scissors from the counter. Without ceremony, he cut the negative in half, then twice more. The pieces, my image sliced into fragments, fluttered down into the dry basin. He turned on the tap. A rush of water washed over the pieces, carrying them in a swirling vortex down the drain. The evidence was gone. The last trace was erased. The final thread snapped. The world did not go black, it simply went away. The walls of the darkroom dissolved into a formless gray. The sounds from the kitchen faded into a silence so complete it was a sound in itself. There was no me to hear it. There was no memory of me to miss it. There was only the quiet, solid certainty of the house and the two men drinking their tea, a family portrait complete at last.